guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in.
Cross over the midnight hour, and here we go. Welcome aboard. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. 1 minute past the hour, and boy, we've got a big show coming your way tonight. I don't even know where to begin. No shortage of things to talk about here. Cancel culture strikes in a big way with major broadcasters around the country today. We'll share the full story with you coming up here. Meanwhile, we'll be looking at the latest on the forecast for Inauguration Day, and maybe not the best forecast coming up. Joe Biden will be sworn in as the 46th president on the West Lawn coming up Wednesday, January the 20th, just a few days away. And the cold weather pattern that's going to be in place at that point in time may actually bring us some snow to the U.S. Capitol for Inauguration Day. That's just the tip of the iceberg. As I said, got a big show coming your way tonight. And industry headlines, a lot of interesting things to throw your way there. And, of course, we'll get to your calls. What's on your mind as we make our way into a brand new day? We close out on Monday. That's always the hard one. Because now you can start looking forward to the weekend, right? Tuesday, that means it's only 4 days away. And, of course, as always, our new number is 844-3388. Let's start off with a look at our travelers' weather around the country. We saw some issues in parts of the Deep South this past day. You talk about snow. I mean, unprecedented amounts of snow. A winter storm actually unloading more snow in Texas than some areas have picked up literally in decades. As we wrapped up the weekend, that wintry scene reaching through Louisiana and Mississippi this past night, the snow, which forecasters had indeed correctly forecast since early last week, stretched all the way from the northernmost parts of the Colorado, beginning Saturday, and then reaching eastern Texas by Sunday. That swath of heavy snow, we're talking 6 to 9 inches that had fallen in a 24-hour period, stretching from close to Lubbock to Abilene and just west of Waco, Texas. Waco picking up 4.4 inches of snow on Sunday. That is the highest snowfall total that city's received since 1982. 10th highest 24-hour snowfall total on record there, according to the National Weather Service office. The snow on Sunday also smashing the daily record from back in 1973, which was a mere 1.1 inches. Snow-covered, slippery roads throughout the region, including some of our major highways like the I-20, the I-35 corridor. For those who didn't need the travel, it was a lot of fun and games, though. Forecasters interviewing some of the folks in Stevensville, Texas, who said they hadn't seen this much snow in years. Yeah, some folks were seen using the hood of a car as a sled for a handful of people to jump on. Where Stephenville picked up 8 inches of snow by Sunday evening. Winter storm warnings stretching from New Mexico and Texas to Louisiana, right up through southern Arkansas and Mississippi over the weekend. The worst of the storm did stay just to the south of the Dallas metro area. You saw that rain, snow mix through the day Sunday, just a trace of accumulation there. But further south, Texas Governor Greg Abbott posting a video, snow covering the grounds of the governor's mansion in the capital city of Austin, officially picking up 1.3 inches of snow at the international airport there. But just north of town, they picked up 3 to 5 inches of snowfall there. Enough cold air wrapped in behind the storm for the precip to end with a little bit of snow and even some sleet as far south. I believe it is Houston, Texas. I mean, we're talking almost down to the coastal areas. Yeah, 2 to 4 inches of snow extended into northern Louisiana, including the Shreveport area and Monroe Sunday night. Both of those cities average, typically about just an inch of snow in a given year. National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi, reporting 0.8 of an inch of snow before that switched over to some light rain on Sunday night. The heavy, wet nature of the snow weighing down trees and power lines. We're talking over 102,000 customers were in the dark in Texas, 50,000 customers without power in Louisiana by 7 o'clock this past morning, Monday morning. What a way to start the new week. So steady snow will wind down and has pretty much done that through the day on Mondays, just tapering off to flurries as it kind of reaches through the southern Appalachians tonight. Forecasters say that those below normal temperatures, though, are going to linger in the wake of that storm. If you're looking to go sledding or make a snowman or a snow angel one more time, you'll probably have to do that pretty quick. By Wednesday and Thursday, you're going to heat. Now look for highs in those snowy areas, back to the upper 50s and maybe even into the upper 60s for some. So a little bit of fun. Kids actually enjoying, well, if they were actually in school learning, because many of them are doing the at-home schooling. I got a day off of school, had a 3-day weekend. How about that? Elsewhere around the country, we'll look at the winter season, which has been kind of lackluster for most of the major Midwestern cities. Looks like there are some signs we'll see a return to normal, not too far off. But after a quiet start to the week and one more burst, one more shot of warmer air, colder, snowier conditions are on the horizon. Buckle up. From Milwaukee to Chicago, Indianapolis to Detroit and areas in between. It's been the same story so far this weekend, where we've enjoyed mild temperatures and below average snowfall. We haven't seen much. Many of those Midwestern cities, though, especially when you get into the upper Midwest, they really rely on consistent cold, snowy conditions this time of year because that's what keeps the economy going. Snowmobiling, ice fishing, skiing, things like places like Duluth, Minnesota, Green Bay, and Marquette, Michigan, where they typically generate millions of dollars in revenue every year as Midwesterners travel to the region looking for that winter wonderland. We'll look for a continuation of quiet conditions in all of those areas as we head into the week here, Tuesday into Wednesday. High pressures in control. Aside from maybe a few nuisance snow showers across Michigan later today and Wednesday, most areas are going to be very dry and pretty mild across the Midwest. Temperatures forecast to be as much as 25 degrees above normal across parts of North Dakota, South Dakota, and Minnesota. By the time we get into midweek here, record challenging temperatures possible for some cities on Wednesday, including Bismarck and Grand Forks, North Dakota. Grand Forks, Wednesday's high is forecast to challenge the record of 40 degrees from way back in 1987. Then in Bismarck, a high of 53 would break the daily high temperature there, which was 52 all the way back in 1901. We're talking 120 years ago. Looking ahead to the latter half of the week, that's when Old Man Winter comes back. That's going to replace those warm temperatures with some pretty potent cold air as a cold front sweeps in out of Canada during the day Thursday. Locations from Bismarck, North Dakota to Aberdeen, South Dakota. You'll be some of those that feel the effects first off of the cold, and then that's going to press on south and east through the Midwest Thursday into Thursday night. After high temperatures in the 40s and maybe even lower 50s on Wednesday, temperatures forecast to drop a good 20 to 25 degrees by the time we get to Friday night and headed into the weekend, and then into the teens and 20s. Temperatures late this week it's going to be noticeably lower than the readings we'll see on Wednesday. Even still, temperatures forecast to fall to close to normal levels for this time of year. That's where we actually should be. We'll be talking about some brisk winds accompanying that cold air as it sweeps in. And along with the return of those lower temperatures, though, snowy conditions will also follow. The exact timing, the impacts of that next round of winter weather for the Midwest, that's going to continue to be hashed out by the forecasters over the next couple of days. Forecasters are becoming increasingly confident, though. There will be a swath of accumulating snow sweeping across the Midwest Thursday into Friday. We're talking, say, Milwaukee, Chicago, Detroit, Toledo. Be prepared for the return of wintry conditions and accumulating snow Thursday to Friday. That's probably going to focus on parts of the Dakotas and Minnesota, on over in the northern portions of Wisconsin, the UP of Michigan, parts of northwestern Ontario, and southern Manitoba. It'll largely sweep into the northeast by the end of the week. Wintry conditions will continue across the Midwest for some areas with those brisk northwest winds that will continue through the upcoming weekend. So there you go, some of our travelers' weather around the country as we're underway here on a Tuesday. Shall we jump to some of our industry headlines? As I mentioned, there's no shortage of interesting things taking place on that front. And we've got some wind advisories. First of all, I forgot to mention, out west, most of Montana is looking at high wind warnings and high wind watches that we'll get to coming up in just a bit here with more of our travelers' weather. And of course, we'll get back to the forecast for Inauguration Day. It's a little ways out, and you can't put a lot of confidence in forecast this far in advance, but that'll all be coming up just ahead. So as of this past day, Monday, marked 10 consecutive weeks of rising diesel prices. According to the federal report this past day, average diesel price for a gallon increased to $2.67 over the past week. According to the Energy Information Administration, record increases for all the regions at $2.42 per gallon along the Gulf Coast. That's about the cheapest you're going to find around the country. The average price for diesel started to increase all the way back in early November with the November 9th report. But still, a year ago today, the average price was nearly 40 cents per gallon higher, so not too bad. So national average of $2.67, up about 3 cents a gallon. Again, Gulf Coast, where you'll find the cheapest prices. You look out west, as the case always is, $2.79 for the West Coast minus California. California broke away separately, averaging $3.42 per gallon there. Now, kind of right along the lines with our wintry weather around parts of the country, Colorado State troopers are warning drivers about the dangers of mountain driving this time of year. One driver was forced to use the runaway ramp over the weekend. That happened on I-70 on the west side of the Eisenhower Johnson Memorial Tunnels in Colorado. Now, even with clear road conditions, you've got to consider steep grades on the I-70 mountain corridor on these busy weekends. These are very steep grades. Thankfully, the driver was aware of the surroundings, but being a good reminder, never stop in front of one of those ramps, according to the Colorado State Patrol. They shared some images. You can see the semi-truck nearly made its way all the way to the top of that ramp. Transportation officials recently rolled out a safety campaign called Mountain Rules to educate drivers how to navigate the I-70 mountain corridor on a safe basis. And one other industry headline before we get to what else is going on in the news, which is quite interesting. Truck driver lost his life this past Monday morning, when he was struck by another semi while he was trying to repair his truck on the side of the road. Fatal crash occurred about 7:20 this past morning in Fallowfield Township over in Pennsylvania. State police say a 33-year-old semi-truck driver, John Marvin Eisenberg III, was working on his truck on eastbound I-70, the mile marker 37.3, when he was struck by another truck. He died as a result of those injuries. Police say the truck driver that hit him left the scene, may not have realized anyone was even hit. Police were able to locate that truck driver. The crash is still under investigation. So that would be kind of a developing story there. All right. Hope your week's off to a good start. We'll open up our phone lines here around the country. The number is 844-844-3388. I mentioned out of the box, the cancel culture. This with suggestions of what transpired with Steve Sommers back in early November. You kind of wondered what was the scenario there? Was it about money? Was it about, as we knew back over the summer, some advisories coming out from the top dogs at the corporate headquarters about what you should and shouldn't talk about? Well, there's another giant radio company. You're probably all very familiar with Cumulus Media. They have reportedly issued a directive to their on-air personalities across the board this past day to stop suggesting the 2020 election was fraudulent. And if you do, you're canned. According to the Washington Post, Brian Phillips is Cumulus Executive Vice President of Content and Audience, telling workers in an internal memo, I guess it was actually last Wednesday, but the news just coming out. That was the day that, of course, the supporters of Donald Trump stormed the Capitol. And Brian Phillips says, quote, "We need to help induce national calm now." Now, the memo added, Cumulus and their syndication arm, which is Westwood One, will not tolerate any suggestion that the election has not ended. The election has been resolved. There's no alternate acceptable paths, they say. Any transgression from this policy will result in termination, so says the memo. Now, one name most of you probably recognize is one Mark Levin. Mark Levin is among the hosts on Cumulus Media. Of course, he has supported these claims that there was fraud in the election. On one episode, following the siege on the Capitol last week, Levin, he condemned the violence, which I think we all do, and asserted that he and the other 74 million voters that voted for Donald Trump are not part of this violent group, kind of questioning who actually caused the violence. And I think that's a fair question. When you hear the suggestions that there were busloads of agitators, possible Antifa-type individuals posing as Trump supporters in the mix. Now, Cumulus Media, how big are they? They've got local programming through 416 owned and operated stations covering 86 different markets in this country, along with 8,000 affiliated stations through the Westwood One. Now, Rush Limbaugh, of course, is heard on many of those Cumulus-owned stations, but, of course, being syndicated by another company and supposedly not subject to the memo. I don't think Rush Limbaugh would be one to step down from the assertion that there may have been some fraud that occurred on Election Day in 2020. I think that's pretty clear and clear cut that some things were amiss. Just how widespread, well, that's what no one really knows. That's quite the interesting development. So we'll get to your calls coming up here. What do you think about the cancel culture? And that's right on the heels, of course. Don't forget, we're seeing that many of the big dogs in the tech world are cutting out. I think was it one of the social media giants actually canceled 70,000 accounts this past day. They referred to a group known as QAnon. I'll be honest, I've heard of it. I don't really know what they are or what they're all about, but QAnon, if I get it right, that's people who kind of subscribe to some of this guy named Q that's supposedly in Washington that feeds secretive information out, via social media. I think that's the one. There's probably some of you out there that would know better than me. Yeah, feel free to dial us up and let us know what that's all about. But 70,000 accounts were eliminated this past day. Our number, 844-844-3388. Underway on a Tuesday. We'll get a quick time out here and come back with your calls. It's Steve Sommers, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, coming to you from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. We'll be right back.
The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available exclusively on Hot Shot Secret YouTube and Facebook, and more coming soon.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. Speaking of, what transpired last Wednesday, we'll get back with more on the orders or the suggestion of, and we're talking, I know a lot of the Cumulus stations are, whatever they, music stations, so yeah, for the most part, they don't talk a whole lot about what's going on in the world of politics, so they wouldn't really be affected, but yeah, there are numerous talk show hosts and talk radio stations around the country that are on that particular network. What's going to be taking place in the coming days? It's a valid question. President Trump yesterday, Monday, declaring an emergency for the D.C. area, stretching through January the 24th, and it arising, of course, from what will be Inauguration Day next Wednesday, January the 20th. A release from the White House said the president's action authorizes the Department of Homeland Security, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, to coordinate all disaster relief effort which have the purpose of alleviating the hardship and suffering caused by the emergency on the local population and to provide appropriate assistance for required emergency measures authorized under Title V of the Stafford Act to save lives and protect property and public health and safety, and to lessen or avert the threat of a catastrophe in the District of Columbia. Yet, what does this mean? Now, it went on to say, specifically, FEMA is authorized to identify, mobilize, and provide at its discretion any equipment, resources necessary to alleviate the impact of the emergency. Emergency protective measures, limited to direct federal assistance, will be provided at 100% federal funding. Over the weekend, D.C.'s mayor sent a letter to the president asking for this declaration in the hopes of freeing up more funding for the inauguration security and safety concerns on the heels of what had transpired last Wednesday in the Capitol. He says, in light of the attack on the Capitol and intelligence suggesting that further violence is likely during the inaugural period, my administration has reevaluated our preparedness and our posture for this inauguration coming up. Looks like they're requesting the extension of D.C. National Guard support through January the 24th. That fracas involved, of course, supposedly what they said, Trump supporters surrounding and storming the grounds of the Capitol and Congress. Of course, they were meeting to certify the Electoral College win last week. And just before that, of course, we all recall that the president held that rally very nearby where he kind of reiterated his contention that his election loss was the result of widespread fraud. That was the word. Now, critics insist that Donald Trump actually incited the crowd to march to the Capitol and lay siege to the Capitol, disrupting the congressional session for hours. The mayor said he felt the plans and the resources assigned to the inauguration were not adequate at this point, particularly given the current high level of unrest in not only that area, but all around the country. Meanwhile, the FBI has issued a warning saying that there's some chatter that they're hearing about violent assaults on capitals, literally nationwide. We're talking all 50 states. Again, according to the FBI memo, and this is all surrounding the swearing in of Joe Biden. Joe Biden says he plans to proceed with the inauguration, already streamlined and, for the most part, more of a virtual event because of, obviously, the pandemic, the COVID-19, despite what transpired last week in the Capitol. Of course, the president also said he will not be attending. Vice President Mike Pence said he will be there. Now, earlier this past day, Virginia Governor Ralph Northam and Maryland's Governor Larry Hogan urging people to stay away from the inaugural events because of that potential threat of violence. Now, I think it was ABC News reported that the FBI put the memo out warning there may be armed protests at capitals in all 50 states leading up to Inauguration Day. They say that the Bureau has also received information in recent days on a group calling to storm state, local, and federal courts and buildings should President Trump be removed from office before the inauguration on January the 20th. This is getting crazy, people. Of course, of no consequence, it seems, is whether the states certified electoral votes for Biden or Trump. The FBI received information about an identified armed group that intends to travel to Washington, D.C. on January the 16th. so just a few days away. They have warned that if Congress attempts to remove the President of the United States via the 25th Amendment, a huge uprising will occur. Federal law enforcement has advised police agencies around the country to increase their security protocols at state houses nationwide following the riot at the Capitol. Following the ultimately what was a deadly breach of the U.S. Capitol last week. As we know, this is right on the heels of Democrat lawmakers in the House this past day, pushing to get Vice President Pence and the cabinet to indeed invoke the 25th Amendment, which would declare Donald Trump incapable of performing his duties and actually put Mike Pence in the presidential position for the remaining days until inauguration on January the 20th. Now, after that measure was blocked, House Democrats rolled out an article of impeachment. They're pushing with it, accusing the president of incitement of what they're calling an insurrection that took place last week. Kind of crazy developments that took place this past day as we got the new week underway. Our number, 844-844-3388. If you'd like to jump on board, a couple lines available for you here. Let's see. Well, it's not the first time, but Horse Feathers out of the box. How the heck are you?
Doing good, Your Honor. Glad to have you on. Second night in a row.
Good to be here, yes.
Congratulations. Yeah. So, anyways, I don't know. Where do we start? Hey, I think I got it figured out where you're broadcasting from. You guys ended up getting one of those trolley cars, that the Cincinnati connector deal there or whatever, that they aren't making any money. So you guys ended up with one of them streetcars. You converted it, and you're riding around town in the streetcar named Desire, transmitting like that pirate ship was the rock and roll music was out in the ocean there. That's kind of like what you guys are doing now, right?
You'd never know from the backdrop, would you? You never can tell.
I'm thinking you're out there. You got yourself a streetcar named Desire because, you know, the city of Cincinnati, they didn't make any money at that, so they got to come up with some way to get, you know. I figure Chris ended up buying one pretty good, cheap auction-wise or something, and you guys are out there rolling around, never to be found.
Yep.
But
I'll never tell.
Anyway,
I'll never tell. It's the secret bumper.
I know. That's right. So anyways, there. Hey, you know, you were looking for something for news there at the top and the bottom of the hour. I didn't know. Can you just record me, and if I say that the country's going to HE double hockey sticks in a handbasket, and just play that at the top and bottom of the hour, and just call that the news?
That would be that's about appropriate. Yeah.
Anyway, but no, one serious note there. I don't know if he's still available or does it or not. Does Evan Lockridge still do any news at all? Is he available to? Is he one-on-ones on your list that you're looking at, or I know he does a lot of transportation news, but I didn't know if he could, you know, do transportation and regular news, and didn't know.
I remember the name, but who was he with? Was he like with Overdrive or something? Who was that? Yeah, I think he lost his cell. All right. Well, Horse Feathers, you can dial us back up when you get the opportunity here. Let's see. How about that Roll Tide?
Yeah, Roll Tide, man. How's that? How's that with a Buckeye Nation?
I know, boy, and it was that wasn't just a loss. Was it 52-24?
Yeah, that was the correct score. Correct score. Yeah, Steve Sommers, man. I listened to you all my for a long
for many years. Yes.
Many years, man. Many years. But this is the first time I called you, so got those cowbells up there.
Yeah. So where you calling from? And what's your name? I don't think this thing got your name right.
Yeah, my name is Peter.
Peter? Okay.
Yeah, Peter from Green Travelers Rest. But Monkey Gouger, tell Monkey Gouger next time you talk to him, that since the Clemson Tigers couldn't do it to the Buckeyes, we sure took
I mean, the way the Buckeyes handled Clemson, Monkey Gouger was pretty disappointed with that. I thought this would have been a much closer game. I mean, by halftime, I think it was 24 to. It was a little bit close, 34-17. But I mean, Alabama just went on and put the whooping on the Buckeyes.
Yeah. Are you a Buckeye fan, by the way?
Well, I'm from Ohio. I'm not like a big fan. I actually kind of pulled for the UC Bearcats, and they had a great year too. And I thought they deserved to be in a bigger bowl game than they actually got pulled in for. But you know how it works when it comes to you got to have that big traveling college name, right?
Yeah, I guess so. But I don't know. But I actually thought the Bearcats should have been in a bigger bowl too.
Yeah.
Well, actually, probably the best thing for Tommy Tuberville going to from Cincinnati, head coach of Cincinnati, going to be a senator for down there in Alabama.
Yeah.
So, like I said, this is my first time I called you, man. I've been listening to you a long time. So.
All right. Well, hey, it's great to.
I travel many miles to listen to you on a radio, and the way iHeartRadio and stuff like that happen. I'm sorry about that. So.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, hey, thank you so much for the call. Don't be a stranger. First-time caller. I like when we get those first-time callers. Yeah, we'll get some of the other callers coming up here. It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. We'll be back after this.
Share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Back at it, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. I'm Steve Summers. Hope your week's off to a good start. A little more on the Department of Homeland Security. Setting increased security measures in motion a little earlier than scheduled, they're telling us now. The words they're using, an evolving security landscape. Leading up to the inauguration, Homeland Security Secretary Chad Wolf this past day says that he's moved up the timing of the national special security event for Joe Biden's inauguration next Wednesday. Instead of January the 19th, he said the events that took place this past week, along with an evolving security landscape, of course, just days after those thousands of protesters, and we just mentioned a few moments ago that the FBI put out the bulletin warning of potential plans for actual armed protests in all 50 state capitals and Washington, D.C., leading up to the inauguration of Joe Biden. You know, it wouldn't take a whole lot in this landscape, in this day and age. I really... Yeah, I thought someone in the mix last Wednesday with all that transpiring. How ugly would things get if someone pulled out a firearm? Now, that would just, you talk about absolute pandemonium. I would think this country's better than that. I would always hope that would be the case, but... All right, let's get back to our callers here. And next on the list, I believe it's Curtis. Curtis, we got you there. Okay, maybe not. Okay, let's try next on the line. Papa John, I believe, is on the line. We spoke to Papa John, I think, last night. Hello, Papa John.
How you be, sir?
Now, is this Curtis?
Hello? Oh, yes, it is, sir.
Okay, all right. I guess you couldn't hear me at first.
Well, I was watching you on YouTube, and as soon as I heard you say Curtis, said, "I hit my speaker."
Okay, well, that's what you got to listen to what if you're on hold, you need to listen to the actual cell phone or phone, whatever line you're on, because there's a bit of a delay there, and that's going to screw you up.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, what's going on, Curtis?
So, but hey, I'm glad to hear you back. To quote Eminem, Slim Shady's back. And the question is, though, remember Blind Man out of Silver Springs?
Yes.
How's he going to be able to listen to them? Because he doesn't have the internet. Are you going to wind up being on regular radio?
We will have, we'll have some other options at some point in time. Yeah, and it's hopefully sooner rather than later. But yeah, I mean, people that didn't have or do not have any sort of internet access. I don't know if he had a smartphone or
Nitro
not.
never did.
Yeah, I know Nitro. He never did get the internet. I think he got a smartphone though. This day and age,
did he?
Yeah. I thought all
didn't know
you
Nitro-
need is a smartphone, and you can listen in.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Blind Man has a smartphone nor internet.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you're back. And what are your plans for weekends?
Right now, we're just going to be 5 nights a week. And yeah, the podcast and whatnot going to be available. But right now, we're not going to have a live program on weekends.
Okay. Well, hey, at least you're back, and I'm glad. Shame they did you the way they did you, and somebody did somebody wrong. Song.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for being with us, Curtis. Oh, yeah, I do. I remember that song very well. Wasn't that B.J. Thomas? Somebody Done Somebody Wrong song. I think that was B.J. All right, let me try again here. We got Papa John's on the line. What did you say this morning? Hello, Papa John.
Good morning, Steve. You doing okay today?
I doing all right. Yeah, made it through Monday, so.
You got assistance tonight, or are you in there by yourself?
I've still got some. I got some backup.
Yeah.
Got my bodyguards with me.
Yeah, don't forget.
I got my bodyguards with me.
Don't forget now. Between 1 and 1:30, you need to reset that system so it don't go dead at 4 o'clock in the morning.
I think we took a memo on that.
Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to have sticky notes stuck up everywhere, little notes on them so you don't forget.
I've never used a sticky note, and you know what? Kyle, he insisted. He said, "You've got to have Post-it notes."
Yeah, but see, you're doing it all by yourself now, so you got to have those notes stuck up there everywhere.
Right.
And then the grandkids come in and they put notes up and stick them up there on your screen and all. I have them all over my desk.
Do you? Well, all righty. Where you checking in from this morning, Papa John?
Almost back to Indianapolis, headed back to Michigan.
Okay. Were you the one that I was talking to last night that well, I'm trying to remember. Somebody wanted the stickers or something. Was that you? And I was supposed to get like that was you. Okay.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I want two big, like 2 by 2 foot advertising stickers put on my back doors.
Well, I neglected to get your phone number last night. You see there, I got a sticky note. I'm going to use a sticky note, and I'm going to take down your number, Papa John.
All right.
All righty.
And you got it now?
I'm getting it as we speak, but yeah, Kyle thought that was a great idea. He was alluding to the fact, truck drivers, you'd think they'd be willing to put like a big Steve Sommers overnight drive live from the Hot Shot Studios on their truck?
I'll stick it on my back doors. I'd like to have 2 of them, one for each door back there on the back.
There you go. All right.
I don't have nobody tell me I can't do it. It's mine.
Well, that would be the thing. Yeah, if you own your own trailer, hell yeah, you could do it. I don't think companies would let you do it, but yeah, you own your. That's the name of the game, right?
That's right. You know, I've been a big supporter of you for a long time, and I don't have a problem with it.
Well, that's pretty cool. Again, Kyle made it sound like that there should be no problem getting that done. So I've got your name and number here, and
okay.
We'll get her done.
Good.
That's you'll get her done, right?
Yeah. Then I'll hit Kyle up for samples. So I don't have to use that black bottle anymore.
Okay. There you go. I don't think you'd have a problem with that either, Papa John.
All right, I'm going to sit back and listen to you all night. I ain't going to call back in again.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in here this morning. You be safe out there and have a good night. All right, Papa John.
All right, you too.
Okay, a couple lines open. It's 844-3388. Well, what's happening, Ron?
Hey, how are you doing there? Congratulations on your new abode. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm watching you here on the internet.
Hot Shot Secret Studios. It's my secret bunker. Pretty nice. Nice gig, huh?
It's very nice, Steve. You did very well, man. Very proud of you, man. You bounced back like an extreme trooper.
Well, I get you.
We do have a little static on the line here. I want to tell you, there's a little static on the phone lines.
Okay.
So maybe the engineer can kind of fix that. But,
you mean like when you're on
hold?
hold?
I got a question.
Is it only when you're on hold or when you're on
when you're on
live?
hold? Yeah. Well, there's a little static on it right now.
Is there? Okay.
So I don't know if that's just maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything on my end. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty apparent. I mean, it's not too bad. It just fades in and out, but it might be Verizon that I'm on. The government's listening to us right now. You know that, don't you?
Yes, right. They're listening to everyone.
So, how's the family?
Doing well. All doing well.
That's good.
Everybody been COVID free. Have you been able to avoid it, or did you catch it?
I caught it back in October.
Did you?
And I went into the hospital.
So does that mean are you gonna have to? Would you need to get a vaccine now, or would you even get the vaccine? I mean, since you've had it, like you're supposed to have like immunity for 90 days or something.
Yeah, the doctor actually said about 90 days, but most of the doctors and most of the nurses that were in the actual hospital floor over on Mercy West was on the 5th floor. They all had it, and they are very adamant about getting the vaccine when I was there, and that was 3 months ago.
Really?
But it's nothing to play with.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it was nothing to play with at all. And I was one of those guys that was like, you know what? I'm never going to get it. And sure enough, right around the end of October, I got it. And it was, you just couldn't breathe. That's
I was going to ask what kind of symptoms you had. So that the inability to catch your breath, is that kind of thing, just couldn't get enough oxygen?
It starts off with a fever. You get a real high fever and you get very dehydrated. And then, my stubborn butt didn't decide to go into the hospital. And, when I finally got to the hospital, my O2 levels were really, really low. Normally it's right around 96, 95. It was down around 80, 79.
Okay.
So I was very lightheaded. And really, they can't do anything for you, Steve. When you're in the emergency room, you cannot do anything, especially at that time. They just gave me Tylenol and cough medicine. But they were more worried about the dehydration and the pneumonia that I had. I had pneumonia on top of it.
Ah, okay.
So they did a CAT scan, and yeah. But at our age, I mean, it's dangerous. It was very dangerous. But
I guess it's a lucky thing you're not a smoker, right? I mean, my concern from the very beginning is, I've been smoking for many years.
I'm not a smoker, and I don't drink.
Yeah, I'm one behind if I were to catch it to begin with, because my lung capacity is probably already pretty screwed up. So.
Well, and here's the thing that people don't realize is that you lose your taste and you lose your smell. I mean, that's legitimate. And then you go into this fog afterwards. So after you get released from the hospital, and they put you on antibiotic for the pneumonia, but this huge fog that you're in. I was in for 2 weeks. I couldn't even really focus, and I was lethargic, and all that stuff.
Wow.
And that's something to really bothered me. But the reason I called was I didn't get all the information about this. I guess there's going to be, and you said at the top of the hour or something about armed protesters and stuff. But I guess they planned this, I guess, at the Capitol. Did you hear anything about that? Was that a planned thing before they went into this rally?
I know I saw a story that I had last evening. I might have it over in my box over here, that there supposedly were advisories from like the FBI and various authorities that something was possibly going to happen at that rally. I don't know what all they knew, but
okay,
no. And if you had if the reports of busloads of people being brought in, and Eagle last night mentioned the fact that you see all those guys that are climbing up walls, like Spider-Man and all that, and hanging. Right. That's not your everyday guy, right? That's not just an average protester looking to support the president.
No. Right. Yeah, and then I guess there was a report that there was a suicide for the sixth guy that died. Was there a report of that? I know I got some type of email about that or something.
That one
another
I had
police
not
officer
seen.
or something.
I know that one of the officers that was injured did die, but I didn't see anything about a sixth death. I had not seen that.
Okay. Yeah. God, I hope they can just calm down. Let's move on. There's no reason for this stuff, man. It was very embarrassing, and you and I both are huge Trump supporters.
Correct.
And, it was an embarrassing day and a black eye for us because we took the high road for so long, all of us out here.
And that's what I anticipated would happen here.
Back.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, I'm just hoping things don't get out of control in the coming days. I mean, all this talk about what's going to happen next week, that's downright scary. I mean, are you hearing any of this chatter or whatnot that I don't know if this is like Facebook and Twitter rumor kind of things that the president's going to declare martial law. He's going to implement martial law. I mean, he did kind of declare a state of emergency yesterday. I said that just sounds like internet kind of stuff to me.
I don't believe that that's going to happen, and I don't believe that this is going to die down. He's going to stay below the radar. I think this is, and you got to remember, they have been trying to get this president, and everybody out here listening will agree with me on this. They've been trying to get this president since the day he came down the elevator. Okay, in 2015. So I mean, this is a lot of this is hyped up. I believe. I mean, I obviously see the pictures and there's deaths and so forth, but I'm sorry, but I'm going to stay by this guy to the day's end.
Yeah.
He's one of the greatest presidents we've ever had.
I mean, how about the accusations that Donald Trump is responsible? He's the one that caused the, quote, insurrection.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
You know what? That's a bunch of BS too.
Yep.
Biden didn't come out. What was it last night? I know one of the most wisest callers that you have. What's gentleman from Pennsylvania, I forgot his name.
Lone Ranger.
He was talking about not getting Ranger. I loved him. When we used to be on together and stuff. But I'm just saying that this he didn't come out and say anything about Antifa or Portland or any of those things. I mean it's just. I'm going to stand by him.
I think there were more than, all said and done, there were 250 what they declared outright riots this past summer in cities all around the country. And yes, who did we hear kind of trying to point the finger of blame at, Democratic leadership or Joe Biden or anyone else? No.
I agree. Well, I'm going to get off here and let somebody else speak.
Well, good to hear from you.
Talk to you, man.
Yeah.
Talk to you. Absolutely, man. I'll be watching every night and just working in the data room.
That's kind of different to be able to watch, isn't it? That's pretty cool. All right. Well, hey, good to hear from you.
Oh, that's huge.
Yep. I'm sorry. I hit him a little too quick there. That's huge. But to answer your question, though, Ron, I did save the story from last evening, and the answer is yes. Capitol Police were given intelligence from both the FBI and the New York Police Department on potential threats before the rally last week, the storming of the Capitol building. NBC News said more than a dozen extremists had actually been paid a visit by the FBI before the rally, and they were urged to not travel to Washington, D.C. That, according to law enforcement officials. Social media is just part of the intelligence picture, they say. Yeah, while there was First Amendment protected activity on social media to include some people making threats, to this point, investigators have not found that there was any sort of, quote, organized plot to access the Capitol. Police were not prepared, overwhelmed by the protesters, and I think some are even questioning whether that is a factual statement or not, because it's almost, there's videos that it appears when the protesters are kind of pounding on the door, not breaking out windows or breaking down the doors, that the doors just open from the inside like someone opened up and said, come on in. Now, other videos, of course, you do see windows being broken out and whatnot, but like so many others, there are questions, little few red flags that still remain about what actually happened in the Capitol last Wednesday. All right, top of the hour. We'll get a time out here and come back with more of your calls. You want to jump on board? Love to have you join us. And especially, we'd like to get some of those first-time callers. I know that on this platform, there's the ability to pick up new people out there. Obviously, Hotshot Secret has thousands and thousands of followers who may be pulling up the website, never even heard of Steve Sommers. Who's that guy? He does a what show? A trucking radio show? Yeah, I've been doing trucking radio for many, many years, and proud to be a part of the Hotshot Secret family. That's why it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, and we'll return after this.
We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can you too. Call me for a free consultation at 8888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and on .com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, he plucked the magic twanger, and we're back at it. Hour number 2, off and rolling. Good to have you with us on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Obviously coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios with our traveler's weather. Not necessarily traveler's weather, but looking ahead to next week. I don't know how many people are going to show up in Washington, D.C. Typically, you have thousands, tens of thousands that show up for any presidential inauguration in light of what was 2020. And now rolling into 2021, that may very well be a different scenario. Undoubtedly, there's a lot of people concerned about COVID still. It's a long ways from going away. I mean, I'm seeing reports from some health authorities saying that we're not even going to see herd immunity in the United States in 2021, even with the rollout of the vaccine. Obviously, I mean, other health officials are saying the vaccine, they're ramping it up, and more and more people are getting it every day. But I don't know who's right, who's wrong. There's been so much misinformation and disinformation from the very beginning. I mean, we can technically go back right about this time a year ago when we were just beginning to talk about this thing unfolding over in China. Joe Biden will be sworn in next Wednesday, if all goes as planned, January 20th. The tradition that has faced inclement weather hurdles in the past, and that may not be an exception this year. Vice President-elect Kamala Harris will take the oath of office alongside the president-elect, followed by the inaugural address. The overall weather pattern is expected to trend toward much colder conditions for the 3rd and 4th weeks of January coming up here, compared to what we've seen in the central and eastern portions of the country so far in the month of January. Temperatures in our nation's capital this week may climb into the mid-50s. I mean, we're talking a good 10 degrees above normal for this time of year. But as the weather turns colder, and even after Arctic air settles in, stormy weather conditions may result. Exactly how stormy it becomes, we don't really know yet. It's still too far out. We've been and continue to focus on the potential they tell us, for a potential storm in the eastern part of the country sometime early next week. That's according to the long-range models, and they're looking at the changes in the air temperature way up in the upper levels of the atmosphere since late December, and it's suggesting, we mentioned this last evening, that a little piece of that polar vortex could weaken, and that allows a big chunk of really colder air to plunge down into North America. And that's what the models are saying may happen as we head toward mid-January. A big chunk of that colder air set to move south sometime later this week, and that's going to erase the above-average temperatures we've been dealing with lately. Areas of snow and snow squalls, lake effect snow, will be coming into play as that cold air moves in. But a much more substantial Arctic outbreak is predicted across especially the north-central states later this month. And some of that cold air is going to spill way down into the south and the east as well. So the forecast jet stream pattern is pointing toward a big storm that would travel from the southern plains to the Atlantic coast early next week. Forecasters say we expect a storm to bring a wintry mix from the southern plains on Sunday to the Tennessee and Ohio valleys on next Monday. Cold air should be in place across the Midwest and the Mid-Atlantic, as well as the Northeast, as that storm moves through on the day before inauguration, next Tuesday. Should this storm develop to its full potential, they tell us, blizzard conditions cannot be ruled out. Impacts from this potential storm could include power outages, disruptions in virtual schooling and business, travel during and shortly after the storm on Inauguration Day. Could adversely be affected with that kind of scenario. Another scenario would involve a large storm, but rather more of a progressively colder pattern with some weaker, quick-moving storms moving through. So each of those smaller storms, we'll say, could be accompanied by some fluctuating rising temperatures as that system approaches, only to be followed by falling temperatures behind each of those smaller storms. So watching closely right now, high temperatures, the forecast in our nation's capital could be maybe the lower 30s, blustery, cold conditions, despite clouds giving way to a little bit of sunshine, wind chills, what it really feels like, probably going to be in the 20s in that particular case. So in the coming days, we'll be getting more of a handle on what's going to be transpiring for Inauguration Day. As we're underway for hour number 2, our number's 844-3388. Couple lines available for you, and we get back to our callers here. 13 past the hour. What do you say, Big Moose?
Hey, not much, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well. I see you made it through a Monday.
I did, basically. What I wanted to call about was this COVID stuff, we don't hear any more about fatalities due to pneumonia or, the flu or anything. Now everything's COVID related. And I'm convinced I could go to Walmart, buy me a Poulan chainsaw for $99, go gas that thing up, cut my neighbor in two, and the reason he died would be COVID related. They want to slap that name on everything, and it's a hypochondria. It's like a reverse placebo effect. Everybody keeps hearing it, and if you hear something long enough, it becomes the truth.
That's a good point. Do you know anyone? Because I don't. I've not heard of anyone to date that in November, December, and this far into January has actually had the regular old flu.
Well, I don't know, but I just recently had a great uncle passed away, 97 years old, smoked 4 packs of Camels a day for 88 years.
Oh my! He died.
Fell off a ladder, cleaning his gutters out in June. Laid him up a while, and he finally just died here 2 weeks ago. But you know what? It was COVID related.
I bet he
died of COVID.
Isn't that something?
COVID finally got him, buddy.
Oh,
Took it almost 100 years, but it finally got him. You know, to quote a good friend of ours, a mutual friend of ours, you know what makes me sick? You know what makes me so angry? I just want to bend my big toes backward till I pass out in the pain. All this crap. I tell you what, I'm just about half a notion just turn everything off and sit in the closet.
Well, to quote one, Earl Pitts American. That's the guy you're talking about.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
I need to get down to FLA USA and drop in on him. I ain't seen him in several years.
Well, we had another listening friend that had a brother who had kidney failure, had been on dialysis, I think, for 3 years, and he was in his upper 80s somewhere. And yeah, he died of COVID. Can you believe that?
Oh, yeah, it's terrible, you know. Well, I'm just know one thing. I might just do it right. I might go out to one of them legalized houses of ill repute out there in Nevada and suck me up a big snoot full of blow and go out COVID style.
Wow. Yeah, that's about the truth of it, Big Moose.
Keep it between the spotted and the solid, buddy. I'm going to be 10-10 on the side.
All right. Good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. And that's about the truth. And everybody who, anybody dying of cancer anymore. And I don't know of anyone to date that's actually come down with the regular old, what is it, like the regular old flu strains, the flu strain, the A or the B. I know they're given the regular flu shots, and they're also given the COVID shots. But typically, by the time we get into mid-January, we've now been through Thanksgiving, and the flu just begins to kind of begin ramping up in parts of the country. You have a hot spot here and there. Come Christmas, and what typically is a massive travel weekend. It was much smaller this year, but there were, well over 1 million people that flew on, a couple days before Christmas. And then you go through the New Year's weekend, and this is normally about the peak time of year. You get to January and February, and you go to the flu map, and you'll see red states, which is a high level of flu transmission all around the countries. And anybody coming down with the regular old flu? Good question. Next caller on the line. Let's see if, for the first time in our new gigs, hello, Knucklebuster.
Good morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I listened to you last night there, brother. There's no such thing as live anymore, but there is hot open mics that you can occasionally get caught off on there. That NASCAR girl, she called somebody a retard and had to apologize for it. That wasn't nice of her, but anyway, she apologized and we forgave her, right?
That's correct.
I got some fake. What's that?
I said that is correct, yes.
Yes, sir. Well, I got some fake news for you, but I want to talk about your inaugural show last night there. Everybody was calling in, telling you how much they missed you, Steve. I didn't miss you at all. I beat my head up every night trying to stay awake. I got cauliflower ears there, Steve. I'm going to have to put some Hot Shot Secret on it to get the stitching out of them there.
And
that's the biggest fake news of the day.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Boy, I'm loving this weather. It's 29 degrees down here in Arkansas, buddy. Let me tell you. Did Chris say last night that he had 6 kids?
He did, indeed, yes.
Well, the Bible tells us to be fruitful and multiply.
Yeah.
Chris, it is not a one-man job, buddy. It is not a one-man job.
That's true. Oh, my. I think they're all grown up and out of the house with the exception of one at this point in time. I think he still has one living with him, so.
Yeah, I know a woman that had 13 kids, boy. I told her, I said, you got to be crazy, woman. She said, no, I'm glad you had every one of them there, right?
All right. Yeah.
I wrote you a little jingle there for your new show there. Buck Owens tune there. They're going to put Steve in the movie. They're going to make a big star out of him. Going to make a film about a man who worked for Hot Shot Secret because he comes by it naturally. And it's a good thing I drive a truck better than I do singing there, right?
Okay. That's not a bad jingle. That's not half bad.
Did I say that out loud?
Yeah,
Did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. That was plumb embarrassing, Steve. Let's skip it. Let's change gears here. The crooked FBI, is this the same ones that told us there wasn't nothing wrong with Hillary's emails there?
Yeah.
Is that who we're supposed to trust?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, if you think you can trust the government, ask them Indians. I guarantee you they'll tell you they can't trust them. They've been screwing them people over there. I'm glad 2020's gone. So you remember my dog there, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the one that likes to swim. Lays around in the
had
pool.
the swimming pool, go get the mail. Yeah. Yeah, he came down with stage 3 mast cell cancer there, and he didn't die of no COVID, but he died from that cancer. But let me tell you one thing, I was real sad to see him go.
Wow. How old was he?
Anyway, yeah, I know. Didn't you say you made that cornmeal gravy one morning?
I did, yes. It was a little just a little mistake.
Yeah, well, I'm going to give you a heads up. Ben and Jerry's is getting into doggy dessert. Be careful what you grab out of the freezer nowadays. So that's all my baloney for today, Mr. Steve Sommers. Have a great day.
So you're saying Ben and Jerry's is doing like doggy frozen treats? I think that's what it is. Frozen treats for your pooch. All right. What are we looking at? A couple lines available. It's 844-3388. You hear there's always a lot of small tremblers, earthquakes out in the western portions of the country on any given day. I don't have a whole lot of them in the east, but I guess in recent days that's not been the case. More than a dozen quakes rocking the southern Appalachians, the southern Appalachian Mountains over the past month, they tell us, including a 2.4 near the Georgia-Tennessee line over the past weekend, the latest in a series of quakes in recent weeks. This one was in the Tunnel Hill community, one that I'm very familiar with, near Dalton, Georgia. I used to drive, if I went the back way, didn't take I-75, I'd go right through Tunnel Hill on my way back to the home 20 there in Ringgold at my old job down there years ago. It was about 1:30 Sunday afternoon, according to the U.S. Geological Survey. There was a 1.9, a bit weaker, reported about 70 miles away in Nyota, Tennessee, that same day. The Georgia trembler was about 5.5 miles below ground. They say it was felt as far south as Atlanta. I mean, we're talking some 80 miles away. Now, of course, that's low on the Richter scale, which was replaced by the moment magnitude scale. I guess it kind of measures the energy released at the source of the earthquake. But they tell us the ground has been moving for weeks under the feet of residents in that region. You may not have noticed, considering the recent tremblers have been measured at less than 2.5. Anything below that, typically you don't feel. I'm surprised they felt anything as far south as Atlanta. The weakest struck near Tellico Village, just outside of Knoxville, on December the 30th, according to the Geological Survey. So Sunday's 2.4 there in northwest Georgia was the strongest the region has felt in recent weeks, although similarly strong quakes have been reported near Ottawa, Benton, Knoxville, and Dayton in just the last 30 days. Since December 13th, there have been at least 14 quakes in the southern Appalachian Mountains, according to the Geological Survey. Now, anything between, say, 2.5 and 5.4, you feel those, but at that level, they don't usually cause much damage. But the question is, what's causing all these tremblers as of late? According to Michigan Tech, Mr. Caruso said earthquakes are rather common along that region known as the Eastern Tennessee Seismic Zone that extends across Tennessee into northwest Georgia. We do have quakes there from time to time, so it's not completely unusual. It's something we've known about for a long time. It's commonplace for smaller earthquakes, but the potential for stronger, more frequent quakes in the future, we really don't know. It's impossible to tell. So they say it's really just best for residents to stay prepared. We cannot predict earthquakes. We simply don't know. But rather interesting. Hey, looking at 26 past the hour, little shake, rattle, and roll. Who's next up here? Somebody who plays football and politics. Who we got on the line?
I told him it was the heat wave. Good morning, senor.
They didn't get your name. If you
well,
said,
it don't
if you
surprise me
said
none.
heat wave was translated into he plays football.
Well, I did it one time, but Coach told me I had no ability, and I never forgave him until about 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Of course, when I visited him, it was kind of one-sided because he was already buried in the ground, and I just let loose with my. But anyways, that's another story. Well, senor, I guess we ought to say congratulations to Alabama and Nick Saban. I was listening to the game when it was 52 to 24, and I thought, you know what, that's the quarter had just changed, and I thought, you know what, I'll just hear about it later.
Yeah.
But I guess it's going to be Alabama, Texas A&M, Oklahoma, and your Bearcats there for the first 4 spots. What do you think? Finishing up.
That sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what they said about the second place? That's your first loser. So, yeah, I guess A&M ought to be real happy. They're the first loser that lost to Alabama by 28. Yeah.
So
hell.
does
You know,
how does Clemson not fall into the top 4? I mean, being that they, that the only game they lost was, one step away from the championship. That automatically knocks them out of the Final Four or whatever for the final rankings.
Well, they lost to Notre Dame.
Oh, they
lost
did.
to Notre Dame earlier.
Okay, I forgot that.
Yeah. I mean, my condolences to Monkey Gouger, but that's just the way I see it. And of course, however I see it, don't necessarily mean it's going to happen that way, but sure be nice to finish up the year on a high note. So, Hitler, Goebbels, and the Nazi Party would be real pleased with the Democrats today. Ever since Trump came on the scene and won in 16, I mean, they have been talking bad about that man, telling everybody what they were going to do to that man. Even Kathy Griffith had a head held in effigy that showed a knife in one hand and a head in the other. Man, we didn't hear nothing about that from the left.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just acceptable form of, the First Amendment, freedom of speech. And, of course, everything that happened bad to her after that little incident, well, she blamed Trump. No, everybody blamed Trump for their issues, and that's just the way the left is. And they were questioning the 16 election all the way up until this election, coming up with their phony ass, well, it was the Russians, it was the Chinese, it was whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And they would not let go of that narrative. And now here, where we actually have, questions about the elections, now they just want to go ahead and sweep it under the rug and say, hey, that's just the way it is. We're done.
Mm-hmm.
The Democrat Nazi Party of Germany, or the Democrat Socialist Party, i.e. the Nazis, if there's any of them still living, they would be really pleased with the Democrats over here this time around. I don't know. It's going to be a very, very dark next 2 years for sure. Until someone pulls their heads out their ass and realizes what's going on. I mean, who in the right mind would vote for silencing the press, freedom of speech being curtailed, taking away your guns, saying that they're going to raise taxes on you, telling you they're going to cut jobs, the very same jobs that have brought us out of the depths of dismay and despair to where we're now producing more gas and oil and actually shipping that out. Why would anybody vote to destroy a country that has really risen up in the last 4 years?
I heard another host recently say to that question, it's not because they're stupid, it's because they think differently than you.
Well, it sounds like stupidity to me. If you're going to vote for something that's actually, you might just go ahead and get that knife out and cut your nose off just because you think different.
Yeah.
If it made sense, it'd be another story. But, to say we're going to do away with these jobs because we want to stay green, and that's another story for another time. Man, I mean,
leading up to the days before the election heat wave, I mean, remember the quotes that were being played, Joe Biden out on the campaign trail, stating the fact that he will end fracking. There's going to be no more fracking. How many jobs in Pennsylvania rely on fracking in that state? How is it possible that state ultimately went to Joe Biden after those? Because they went back to, he tried to say leading up right to the days before, he said, well, I never said that. We're just not going to have any new fracking. We're not going to get rid of, tried to, cover it over. But they pulled out one quote after another.
It on tape.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. It's like you didn't see what you see, you didn't hear what you hear. Yes, we heard it, we seen it, it's on tape. I mean, what the hell? Anyways, you know what? My blood pressure just shot up about 30 points. And
we did it
again. Did you hear the governor in Washington raised the fuel taxes 30 cents?
30 cents?
30 cents. I heard that last night on the news right before I was listening to you.
Wow.
And they said he went ahead and pushed it and passed it. 30-cent fuel tax raise. Now, I don't know if that's gasoline only or diesel only or both, but, this is getting out of hand. We're not going to – I hope we last the next 2 years and put people in office that really want to be in office to help people, to be statesmen and not politicians. And I tell you what, I really wish I could end this on with a joke, but I don't see nothing funny in it right now. So I will let you go, Senor. It's always good talking to you.
Absolutely. Good to hear from you, Heat Wave, and we'll chat again. Have a good morning, safe night, whatever they call it. And all right, with that, where are we heading up to? We're looking at bottom of the hour, just passing by, about 1:33 a.m. on the Eastern time zone. From the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. I got an email from the drug runner, Jay. He said, I used to listen to your podcast every morning from 7, or every evening rather, from 7 till midnight, your time, so I could go right in and listen live before I went on to fall asleep. Now I can do the same thing, only I get to see you as you're doing things. I listened to the tech guy, and he has a studio where he broadcasts a number of shows, twit.tv, I think it is. He reminds me a lot that yours is the only show I'm committed to listen to on podcast. I am quadriplegic, so it's difficult for me to get the volume just right before my software takes over. And when I speak, I guess the software has to speak for him. But he says, thank you, thank you, thank you. Stick with your audience. We all love you. All right, Jay, good to have you back with us, listening to the podcast in the evenings and till you fall asleep on any given morning. Thank you so much. We'll get a quick time out here. We'll be back in 3, after which we'll get back to your calls. It's 844-844-1390. 3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, jump right back in it here. Another from the email bag. Let's see. Got a bunch of emails last evening, and I don't know that I knew how to actually load them up. Let's see here. Welcome back. Everything sounded great last night, just like old times. Email from Gene. Thank you so much, Gene. Good to have you with us. Jesse says, love the show. Just checking to see if I got the email right. Jesse, you got it right. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. And how about the Hoobler? Hoobler, great show. Back on the air. You know why? Because you and your dad have always been a class act. I think people appreciate a conservative talk show host like yourself. You're a down-to-earth guy. Glad to hear Lone Ranger. I hope he's back in the mix nightly. I wish you'd have your son in the studio to maybe talk some law enforcement issues. And yes, we'd love to see the princess in the studio at least once. I don't know if I'd hold my breath on that. If she's not going to talk, she's no way going to get behind the screen. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Now you can talk about damn near anything you want anytime. Love that. All right. Good to have you with us. Thank you so much, the Hoobler. And we'll get back to our calls here. Next up, who are we looking at? I think Raymond would be on the line next, if I could punch him up here. Hey, what's happening this morning, Raymond?
Actually, it's Demon, but you know.
Well, close enough, right?
I tell you, your software needs to be tweaked just a little bit.
Yeah,
How the hell are you?
I'm doing well. What's happening?
Studio looks good, man.
You like that?
What were you talking about a while ago about? Yeah. You did a good job. This ain't red lights. We think you was in a whorehouse or something. You know?
We can change the colors. What color should it be?
Strobe light, man.
Yeah.
Put your disco ball up there.
They've actually got a feature on them where if like you had music playing in the studio, that the lights would kind of dance with the music, the beat of the music.
That's just right up your alley.
Yeah.
Why don't you get you some of that old 80s dance music and spin a few records.
Big time.
Oh, wait. I think you got rid of your record player years ago, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Or did you go buy another one?
No record player.
What are you going to spin your vinyl on? You know, we can take and do a show here. You know, you're on camera, so we can see you sitting there spin records. But it's good to hear you back, man. You know, good to hear the weather, and I guess the one thing I miss is hearing you talk about the weather, and you know, gives us a good perspective of what's going on out here all across the country.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I just figured I'd call and say hi and see what you was up to. And you was talking a while ago about wind warnings out. What is that, Montana or Wyoming?
Yeah, Montana. I'd have to pull
Where's
it.
the high winds going?
Yeah, I had to pull it back up. I think I punched that screen off, but I'll get it here.
You teased something. Forgot you teased it.
Yep. Don't you love it when I tease it and I never come back? All right, it's pretty much all of Montana, western South Dakota, like the eastern third of Wyoming.
Eastern third of Wyoming.
Yeah.
That's tomorrow.
Hey, you're doing me a quiz or what? Let's see. I'm
just heading that way.
It's actually Wednesday through Thursday. Wednesday to Thursday, 30, 40 miles, gusting to 65 miles an hour.
Okay, maybe I'll be down further south, out here to Utah, and then down to Flagstaff, Arizona. So, it's wintertime. I get a run out west and play in the mountains, and they won't let me go down south. I keep begging to go to Florida, but they won't let me go.
Yeah. But you must not be high enough up on the totem pole yet.
Yeah, that's about what it is. All these guys have been over here a lot longer than me. They get all the gravy runs, and the only time I get a good run is if they decide to go on vacation or something. So, which I don't mind these Utah and Arizona runs. But he was talking about the earthquakes a while ago, and I don't know if you've seen the deal about, we've been having earthquakes like crazy there in Wichita, and they're pretty much just running under where I live. They're about 2 miles from my house, so where they're centered, and they've been 2 and 3 3-point magnitudes. We had a 5.4 a couple of years ago that really rocked the house. But like I said, these last ones, just like what you're talking about down there in Chattanooga area, they've been 3.5, 4 miles deep, and all centered right in the same area at Wichita. And they said that they've pretty much discovered a new tectonic plate that's been moving. But there was several days that we had 10, 12, 14 earthquakes.
No.
I wasn't there to feel none of them, but of course, Facebook lights up everybody, earthquake, But of course, I always comment, until you feel the 6.8 or a 7.1 like I've been through before, you ain't felt an earthquake.
I'm thinking, I don't know how much it would take if I you got Ruby Falls down there. You ever been down? You go down into the cavern way back in there, and then you got, of course, Rock City, those tourist attractions. I'd hate to be way down in the caverns there at Ruby Falls and a rumbler come in. I mean, it probably doesn't take a whole lot to get some of them rocks to start falling off in those caves.
Probably not.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there's plenty of rocks down there to slide, but you know, I lived out there in California back in '94 whenever the Northridge earthquake hit, and I was 55 miles from there, and you know that it really rattled my house big time that morning. But you know, I was out there one other time and I felt a 7.1, and we were probably 100 miles from that one. It wasn't as bad. It was kind of just kind of a rolling. But I mean, up where it hit in Ludlow now, it was pretty rough up there, they said. But you know, maybe it's the end times. Who knows?
You never know.
Everything going on. I mean, you know, 2020 and here's 2021. You know, who knows?
So you had all your cruise stuff that you had booked last year. Everything got canceled. Are you working on getting anything lined up? You're going to do the Australia thing, or is that just all off?
Right now, we're still on for the Australia next New Year's Eve.
Really?
We're supposed to leave out of Sydney, Australia on 27 December, and for a 10-day, you know, from Sydney back to Sydney. Yeah, I don't know, everything's kind of, I'm not sure what they're going to do. They're canceling cruises plumb up to, you know, some September, October and stuff. You know, they've moved a lot of the cruise ships back into the ports here in the States, but they're not going to let anybody cruise right now. I mean, you know, we're planning on flying over right before Christmas this year, and then, you know, spend Christmas in Sydney, and then I forget where we'll be on New Year's Eve, but you know, we're somewhere on a boat anyway.
Yeah.
But you know, that's we decided when we booked it. It was like, well, we're just going to take and push it out as far as we can. You know, I'm not sure what's going to go on. I know they've canceled the other ship up until I read July or August. The other ship it's in Australia right now, because the Splendor and the Spirit, I think, that are both over there. But I'd like to see them get it back on. And I'm not afraid to go on a cruise.
Really?
You know, I know some people said they're not.
You're going to do your COVID shot. You're going to get the shot?
No, I ain't gonna get no COVID shot.
No?
No. I don't take the flu shot. I ain't taking no COVID shot.
Okay. Well, yeah. I think they're saying damn near half the people in the country are saying they don't want it.
Well, Steve, they give, you know, only 34% of the people take a flu shot every year.
Yeah.
And the strain changes, everything like that. You know, and it's only 40% effective. You know, there's not been enough, you know, data on this to actually say that it's 95% effective. When the strain's already changed a little bit, you know, I'm just not buying into the junk science. You know, even though it's been proven that they've actually been working on a vaccine for SARS-2 since 2002, and that's kind of what they worked on the basis of this with this COVID. But it's not gonna matter, in my opinion.
Yeah. How long have they been working on a vaccine for HIV? How long have they been working on a HIV vaccine?
80s?
Yep.
The 80s?
Yep.
You know, I mean, I'm just not buying into, you know, I'm not an anti-vaxxer by no means. I just don't think that they are going to come up with one shot that's going to take care of this. You know, and I believe that COVID's real, but it's just, when they're not reporting any kind of flu, nobody's getting the flu anymore. You know, and everybody's dying from COVID.
Yep.
You know, but what's happened to all the other illnesses and stuff? They're not there. I think the numbers are skewed. I just read a while ago that there in Wichita, our ICUs are full. but only 1/3 of the patients in the ICUs in our hospitals are COVID patients. You know, so it's not that COVID is filling the ICUs. It's other things too. I mean, they put you in ICU if you have a fall. They put my mother in ICU last year when she had her fall. You know, because she had bleeding on the brain.
Sure.
You know,
you have a stroke,
I mean,
have a heart attack. I mean,
then,
all those things can put you in
yeah,
there.
yeah. You know, so I mean, like I said, the ICUs are not overwhelmed with COVID patients. It's other things too. I mean, they put you in ICU after a surgery. You know, and sure, you might only be there for like 6 hours, but like I said, I'm not believing everything they're saying about it. But you know, I know that I don't know if you kept up with the articles and you was off on your hiatus or not. They was talking about the ATA is wanting to get the truck drivers involved. You know, they wanted us to be one of the top tier and make it mandatory for us to take half the shot. You know, as transportation workers.
Because you're all over the country. You're stopping. You could take it from Wichita to here to there, and you know, all in a matter of days. You could have you take it to 3 different states. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, my doctor the other day when I took my physical said, "You realize that you know they're trying to push this where you have to have the COVID shot to pass your physical." And I told him, I said, "Well, I guess I'll be done driving." I don't think that's right, but I don't know.
I asked someone last evening about. Are you hearing where I'm hearing that some are saying that it may become a mandatory thing for if you want to go on your cruise next December, that they're going to make it mandatory that you've had to have the shot.
Yeah, I've heard that, but you know. And going to Australia, who knows? They might make us.
That's right, yeah, because they're really stricklers.
Yeah. My sister and brother-in-law have both taken their first shot. My little brother is supposed to take his first shot. Of course, they all work in the medical field. You know, the one works at the VA, the other two work in laboratories. You know, I'll see what happens with that and everything. But, you know, I'm just, I'm a little bit of a skeptic here.
Yeah. I don't blame you.
Well, I've rambled on long enough. Like I said, good to have you back, man. Y'all stay safe. We'll talk to y'all later.
All right. Good to hear from you there, and be safe out there. And I've got all the rest of the details on your wind advisories coming up for you here. All right.
Keep the bugs off your glass.
Thanks, sir.
And the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right. Rolling toward the top of the hour. I hate when I do that. I tease and I forget to come back to the rest of the story. Yeah, I talked earlier about the wind conditions that are going to be developing. For some, it's going to be like later on Tuesday night through Wednesday night. For others, the winds won't move until later Wednesday into Thursday. Out west, they're accustomed to strong winds. So when they start talking about winds up to 75 miles per hour in like this part of the country, the Ohio Valley, that's going to be big time power outages everywhere. But you know, they have these sort of events so often out west that it's not really the impacts you'd see elsewhere. But let's start from the Weather Service office in Boulder, Colorado. Your high wind watch is in effect starting again later on tonight through late Wednesday night. You'll see winds kicking up 20 to 40 miles per hour sustained, gusting to 75 miles per hour. So this is the Southern Front Range foothills, the Northern Front Range foothills, Larimer County, Weld County, Boulder, Colorado, western suburbs of Denver, Colorado. So, again, primary impacts are going to be things like high-profile vehicles, and especially if you've got an empty trailer or a light load. Pretty much the same for Bozeler and Laramie, Wyoming. Let's jump on up to the Weather Service out of Cheyenne. 35 to 45 mile per hour sustains with gust up to 75 miles per hour. That's Tuesday evening through late Wednesday night. Strong crosswinds will be hazardous to lightweight and high-profile vehicles. There you go, campers and tractor-trailers. There will be the risk for vehicle blowovers, particularly along the north-south oriented roadways. So remember that. Pretty much the same as I look up and down the line. Yeah, these are through much of Montana, pretty much the whole darn state of Montana, much of Wyoming, eastern Wyoming, and down on into the Denver, Boulder areas there in Colorado. One other advisory as we head towards top of the hour here. This is going to be impacting your travel for, it looks like, the next couple of days. Out of Youngstown, Ohio, a portion of Interstate 680 northbound and southbound will be closed for at least 48 hours following a crash that happened this past afternoon, about 1:40 Monday afternoon. It was in the southbound lane of I-680 near the Glenwood Avenue exit. Apparently, a tractor-trailer and a Cadillac SUV collided. For some reason, the tractor-trailer behind me and the gray SUV collided on the road. Why, we don't know exactly yet, causing the load from the semi to come off and severely damage the bridge, the Mahoning Avenue Bridge, according to the Youngstown police. The driver of the semi was carrying a steel coil that came loose and ended up in the northbound lane. Let's see. He says, I was going south on 680 and the car that wound up under my trailer was merging on. There was nobody in the left lane, so I moved over. I felt a little bump, and it knocked me into the barrier. Then I felt a big jerk, and I was fighting as hard as I could to maintain control of the truck, and it stopped where it did. Driver of the SUV was taken to the hospital, non-life-threatening injuries, but the bridge overlooking the accident was damaged and is temporarily closed as well. So, according to the DOT, once we make repairs to the underside, we're going to allow traffic to go under 680 once we feel that it's safe to do so. Same thing above on the Mahoning Avenue. Once we feel it's safe for traffic to drive over the top, it'll be reopened to motorists. But 680 is closed in both directions between State Route 711 and US 62, according to the Ohio DOT. So avoid the area, and there you go. The truck driver's been driving for like 19 years, didn't realize what happened until he stopped and gained his composure, got out of the truck, and saw the SUV underneath his trailer and the steel coil actually there on the road. He said, I'm a little shaken up. Other than that, no injuries. So there you go. Thanks for the heads up. But that's going to be, so if it was 2 o'clock Monday afternoon, we're talking Tuesday, probably Wednesday afternoon sometime before they'll be getting that back opened up. Our number is 844-844-3388. We'll get, I think, the Donut Man's on the line. Gator's with us as well, and room for you. If you'd like to jump on board, love to have you with us. Wanted to pass this on real quick like as well. If you know of anyone, or you may have a company of some sort of trucking operation that may be interested in supporting the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, we'd be happy to take that support. If you'd like to learn more, just send out an email to Kyle, K-Y-L-E, Kyle, at lubricationspecialties.com. And he'd be happy to talk with you as we try to get the show on the road and try to grow. And things expected to get bigger with each passing day. So there you go. We wrap things up for hour number 2. You know what? I'm gonna mention this before we hit the break, because I think this will be a good time to maybe, last night we found out that our software for our phones holds for 4 hours and then just cuts everybody off. Donut Man and Gator, if you two, since you're the only ones there right at the moment, if you could hang up and maybe dial us back up in maybe say 5 minutes, because we're going to take a 5-minute break, I'd surely appreciate that. Dial us up, because you're going to get disconnected, so we can reset the phone software so that we can go the rest of the show and not lose everybody come 4 o'clock in the morning. There you go. Top of the hour has arrived. This is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
we go, back hour number 3. Good to have you with us. I'm Steve Sommers. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. And, yep, we're coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Night number 2, things seem to be running a little smoother. It's still a work in progress, folks. We're getting the bugs worked out. A lot of times with computers, when you close out a program, when you turn it back on, you expect it to save the settings, and sometimes they don't. And when they don't, you got to reset. So had just a little bit of that in our first 20, 30 minutes, but yeah, with each night, we're getting it together, and I hope you're enjoying the program. And we'd love to hear from you. I got a couple of callers coming back in with us. Gator is going to be next up here. He's dialing us back up. I know the Donut Man was there. And if you want to jump on board, it's very simple. It's 844-844-3388. Before we get back to the calls, I guess you could call it another of the impacts of COVID-19, the unintended consequences, I suppose, which is going to be, sadly, putting more people in the unemployment line, probably in the not-too-distant future, as this past day, Toyota and Ford Motor Companies announcing that they're going to slow down or even stop production at their factories in the United States because they can't get some of the vital computer chips they need to build the vehicles. Increased demand for consumer electronics during the COVID pandemic has left semiconductor producers struggling to keep up, they tell us, which I could see that. I mean, think of how many million laptops and things of that nature do you think they've had to, sell for school districts, having the kids learning from home and things of that. And how many million people are actually working from home now? And in many cases, probably not going to be going back to the office. So Ford spokesperson said they're going to, sometime this week, close their plant in Louisville, Kentucky. That employs about 4,100 people, where they're manufacturing the Ford Escape and the Lincoln Corsair models. And that's also going to have how many of you are taking parts for production of those vehicles in your big truck into that plant in Louisville. Will they have alternate freight at your company to move, or are you going to end up all those? And how about the car haulers that moved the final product from the assembly plants to their destinations around the country? The company already planned to idle the plant temporarily, but they've moved up the time frame because of the shortage of the parts. The global semiconductor shortage is presenting real challenges and production disruptions for the entire global auto industry, they say. So pretty big. And it's including, obviously, Ford, which could have a significant knock-on effect on jobs, which means the economy, given the importance of automobile manufacturing. Toyota said production of their Toyota Tundra pickup at the factory in San Antone also has been affected by the shortage. And according to a spokesperson, at this point, we're assessing the longer-term impact, but for the month of January, they're going to reduce production by as much as 40%. The Wall Street Journal reporting that Fiat Chrysler will stop Jeep production at a plant in Mexico and production of other models at a factory in Canada due to the shortage. Again, more impacts thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic. Speaking of which, we still don't really know the exact origin. Where did this thing really start? Was it the meat market in Wuhan? Was it at that facility there where the biological testing facility in Wuhan? We've got an update on that particular scenario where the United Nations and I think the World Health Organization actually want to send inspectors in there, and China's not been letting them do it. If you don't want to let the inspectors in, what are you trying to hide is the question they're asking. So again, we got an update on that we'll get to coming up here in just a bit. Meanwhile, we'll get back to our callers here. Gator, what's been happening?
Hey, Steve, how you doing, buddy? Congratulations on your new gig. I think, Steve, I've been listening to WLW radio my entire life, Steve. When you lived in Indiana, we didn't have a professional baseball team. You were either a Reds fan or you were like my father, you were a Cubs fan. And I always listened to the radio. I remember many a nights during baseball season, as a young kid, 9 and 10-year-old kid, listening to the Reds, buddy. And I've always been a great fan of WLW, and I think I think they done you real crappy, Steve. I think they should have at least give you the opportunity to say goodbye to your fans, but I know that's how the corporate world works. When they closed our warehouse in Clinton, Tennessee, Food Line didn't announce it to anybody. We found out. Actually, Steve, I was laying in bed and Mama come in there and woke me up. She said, I got some bad news. And I'm thinking, well, somebody die or something? And she said, no, they're closing the food line. They're closing Food Line in Clinton. Well, I thought she was talking about the store. The store didn't do real good there. You'd think where a warehouse was that a store would do good, but it just never did real good. And I said, well, that store ain't never did no good. And she said, no, they're closing your warehouse down. So she found out on Channel 6 News. The employees didn't know nothing about it whatsoever.
Wow.
But I think it's real crappy what they done, Steve. I think they should have given you the opportunity, to bid farewell to everybody. And, I just think, I don't think it was right, Steve. That's just, my opinion. I'm entitled to it. But, Steve, I'm glad to hear you back on the radio, man. This is great. That boy that was talking earlier about the Washington state taxes, they've got, Steve, some of the highest tax rates in the nation. I think they're like number 3 or 4, California, Pennsylvania. You'd think all the oil that comes out of Pennsylvania, theirs wouldn't be that high. But what Washington's trying to do, Steve, is they're trying to do like a fuel use tax, like the amount of miles that a passenger car, like if you commute to work, they're trying to change the tax structure is what they're trying to do, rather than a 48-cent tax per gallon on gas. They're going to do like, I think I've heard numbers like 1.7 cents for every mile that you drive. And, the people of Washington ain't real happy with that, because that's going to create a whole lot of, more money and stuff. So, but did you have a good holiday, Steve?
Yeah, I had it. Indeed, we did. Had a good Christmas, had a good New Year and all that good stuff. Yep. Everything went well.
Good deal, man.
How about you?
Good deal. Yeah, I'm really. Go ahead.
How about you? Have a good New Year? Are you ready for 2021? I know everybody's ready to say get out of here to 2020.
Yeah, I don't know, Steve. We're still on a COVID schedule. It's just we're just crazy busy, man. A lot more people. People ain't eating out, man. I hate it for the restaurants because they're not doing real well, and a lot of people are eating at home, Steve. A lot of people are stacking up on. Seems like they're stacking up on groceries again, like something's going to happen. I don't know. You hear all kinds of conspiracy theories. Like that guy was talking about them taking our guns away, Steve. There is no way in hell that the United States government can take our guns away. The American people own 400 billion guns, Steve, or I don't know what it is. We own more guns than half of the world. Half of the guns in the world are owned by American citizens. They're not going to take all these guns away. Now, they might limit, tax it, and, make ammunition so high you can't afford it, which it's getting that way already, but there's no way they're going to, I've talked to law enforcement officers, and, especially down here in the South, they're not going to come to people's houses and say, we need your guns. They're not going to do that. I'm an avid gun collector, Steve. I don't shoot a bunch, but I collect guns, and I have for years, man. My father left me about 30 or 40 guns, and I've got a crap load of guns, but I'll tell you what, they ain't taking them from me. And I don't see it happening. We lived through Carter, Steve. We lived through Obama. We lived through Clinton. We're going to live through Joe Biden.
I think you're correct. That's if they may put another ban on like the sales of AR, or what they call the assault style weapons, which we've been through that before. And when we did it, it didn't have any impact. There was no change in what happened out there.
Well,
That's why they let the sunset clause kick in, eliminating the ban. It's been there. So just looking to repeat another mistake.
Yeah, and it's not going to do any good, Steve. I mean, you could do just as much damage with a pistol with a couple magazines as you could with an AR.
We all know that.
It's not. They ask people, well, why do you need an AR to hunt deer? Well, you don't need an AR to hunt deer. You need an AR to protect yourself or protect your family. The best home protection is actually a shotgun, Steve. The best gun for home protection is a shotgun. People can own these guns, Steve. It's not an automatic weapon. It's not like the military has. Can it be made into an automatic weapon? Yes, it can. But if you get caught with one of them, you're in big, big trouble, buddy. So like I said, I don't see it happening. What they're going to do, Steve, is they're going to tax the heck out of ammunition. If you ain't got ammunition, kind of hard. You've got 100 guns, you ain't got no ammunition. You've got 100 guns, but it can't shoot anything. But I just don't see it, man. I think I think there'd be a revolution, man. I really do. But I'm trying to stay away from this COVID as much as possible. We've got all kinds of restrictions at work. We got temperature checks every day. Got to wear a mask inside the facility. Of course, you ain't got to wear when you're driving. But it's crazy, buddy. It's crazy. It's getting worse, man. They put all the kids back in school. I seen the thing, Steve, on Facebook. It's got this little girl, and she's sitting down. She said, "This teacher lady don't know nothing about math or science or English or anything like that." And it says, "And I smell vodka on her breath, and it's cheap vodka." Little boy looks at her and says, "Carol, now just be nice. Mom's trying her best."
There you go. Homeschooling. Oh, my.
Yeah, that's right, buddy. Yeah. So, Steve, man, it's good talking to you. I'll try to call in more and tell Spaceman and that old boy from South Carolina. And that guy also was talking about who was going to beat them. I think Clemson will be too. Notre Dame beat them. Notre Dame barely beat them. And the only reason they beat him is because the quarterback had COVID-19. He wasn't playing, or they would have cleaned Notre Dame's closet. So, I think a better game for the national championship would have been Clemson, doing Alabama again. But I thought Ohio State had a chance, Steve. It just didn't turn out. They stayed with them first quarter. It's 14 up, tied up. I thought, well, this is going to be a good game, and then I checked it later, and I was like, dang.
Well, I was snoozing, so I didn't get into the game. When I turned it on, I think it was 34-17. So I didn't realize Ohio State was actually up early on, huh?
Yeah, it was. I don't think they were ever up. It was 7-0, then 7-7, and then it was 14-7. Then they tied it up at 14, and then at halftime it was 35-17.
Yeah.
So but at the first quarter it was 14-14. They were tied up. I thought this might be a good game. Because Ohio State, buddy, they played Clemson really, really good. So, but I think they were. I think they had a little chip on their shoulder from last year or so. But brother, I'm probably gonna lose you. I'm getting on my old country road here, man. It's good hearing from you, Steve. Good hearing from you on the radio. Everybody be safe out there, man.
Thanks for being back with us. Thank you so much. Yeah, there you go. Gator. I guess that's one truck driving job, moving food products for Food Lion. That's a job that's been, he's been rolling his tail off since this whole COVID thing started. And I hate to say it, but I'm seeing some of these reports where we may be looking to go backwards again. Deranger sent me a couple of different links. We'll start with the very well-known website, WebMD. A lot of people go there where you punch in your varying symptoms of whatever you got going on, and it says, well, it gives you suggestions of what you might be contending with. And they said after 10 months of masks, social distancing, virtual school, fear for vulnerable loved ones, loneliness. It's the news nobody wanted to hear. The virus that causes COVID-19 has changed once again, and it's more contagious. Now, we started hearing about this a week or so ago. I think they're saying it's like 70% more contagious than what would be the original strain. Now, they say at least one new super strain is already in the United States. Another highly contagious strain from South Africa could be on its way. As bad as things are now, experts believe these new strains are not responsible for the spike in cases that we've seen in a number of states after the Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year holiday travel. The strains are, according to WebMD, about 50% more contagious than the virus was that's been most widely circulating in this country since last year, early last year. The one caveat is it doesn't seem to be more fatal, per se, for anyone who actually catches it. While that may seem kind of reassuring, they say it could be disastrous on a wider scale. One public health expert believes the virus is changing itself to adapt and infect more people. How does that work? Do viruses know how many people they're actually infecting? It almost sounds like an alien trying to adapt itself. Another doctor, associate professor at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, who specializes in the math of infectious disease outbreaks, says the math shows the infectious strain will be more deadly. He apparently recently compared how many people would die after 10,000 new infections over the course of a month. With the current situation, a virus that sees each patient infect an average of 1.1 other people, killing 0.08% of everyone it infects. You'd predict 129 deaths over a month of spread. Well, with a virus that's 50% more deadly, you would expect to see about 193 deaths over a month of spread. With a virus that's 50% more contagious, you'd end up with 978 more deaths over a month of spread, or 5 times as many deaths. That means unless the United States adjusts our response to the pandemic and adjust, he says, quickly, hospitalizations and deaths could reach terrifying peaks over the next few weeks as the variant strains cause what they expect to be a new wave of infections. Are we going to be going backwards? Are the kids going to be going back to homeschooling? Are we going to shut down, completely, the bars and restaurants like we had tried months and months ago? Doctor says without aggressive action to limit the spread, bolster the healthcare system around the country, and accelerate the vaccine administration, Los Angeles offers a preview of what many communities are likely to experience in the coming months. Hospitals in LA are severely constrained. On Monday, Los Angeles EMS crews were told to conserve oxygen because of a shortage of portable oxygen tanks, not to transport some patients to crowded hospitals if they could restore their pulse. And the story goes on. It's a big deal for a world that's already stretched, trying to keep it under control, the old variant under control. If we don't change the control measures, once it becomes common, it is going to accelerate transmission considerably. Well, it's going to be interesting, very interesting to me. What do you think? The idea that, what was Joe Biden telling us when he was on the campaign trail? Something along the lines that if I become president, the COVID-19 will be eliminated. It will disappear. You know, all the bad mouthing of Donald Trump and everything the administration had been doing, even with Operation Warp Speed, brought into where it is today, trying to make it sound like this whole thing could have been avoided. if it weren't for Donald Trump. This very well may prove the fact that it didn't matter who was in the White House. Had Hillary been there, the situation would not have been any different than it had been under Donald Trump. And I would venture to say when Joe Biden is there, he's not going to be able to do a damn thing more than Donald Trump, or anyone else has been able to do with this virus. It's kind of like nature is taking its course. All right, what are we looking at? Let's get back to our phones here. Next up, I believe the Donut Man is back with us. We'll see if our voice recognition knows his name. Is it the Donut Man?
Yes, morning, Steve. It's the Donut Man. How you been, my brother?
Well, got it right. She got it right this time.
Yes, you did. Awesome, awesome, man. It's so great to hear you back on the air again, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, it's been rough these past few weeks at night trying to drive out here and stay awake with nothing to listen to. Well, unless you like UFOs or something like that, I guess you might be all right.
Yeah, I hear you.
But actually having having something informative and thing entertaining, not really any. I'm glad you're back. Hearing Monkey Gouger last night, Eagle, and hearing Gator tonight, Knuckle Buster, and everybody bringing it all back in. Sounds great. Hearing Ron on earlier. Yeah, I think I figured out the earthquake, Steve. I think what happened is Hogzilla made herself a New Year's resolution to exercise and lose weight. So either she started jogging or she was doing jumping jacks, and I think that's what caused the earthquakes.
That maybe. I wonder. I wonder if think the inbred redneck's going to be able to find us.
I don't know. I hope so, because he's pretty entertaining when he calls in.
Absolutely.
Always gives me a good laugh, and he is always entertaining. And I hope to hear Lone Ranger more, because his little top 10 lists were always pretty funny. Hopefully Big Ed will find us and stuff again, and things start getting back to some of the old things and kind of get back to your old routine again.
Right.
That sounds pretty good to me. So, yeah, man, it's great to hear you on, and this year, I'm just hoping this year makes a turnaround, because, man, last year was probably one of the worst years I had. 2 of our dogs passed, my mom passed, and everything else going on. It's like, and I saw your post there on Facebook. I said, boy, this year just gets better and better.
Yeah. Yep.
I said, Steve's a good man. He knows his business. He's been around a long time. Hell, I can remember when you first came onto the scene with your dad. Because I started listening back in '87 when I discovered your dad. Hell, they didn't have a weekend show back in. Then I remember Daryl R. Mitchell came on, and Bubba Bo came on, and Tom Bigby came on.
I think early on, didn't they have?
Dave came on.
Didn't Dusty Rhodes used to do like the Hot Whack Weekend? I think it was on Friday night and Saturday night.
Yeah,
or
it was
something.
it was something. It was a different thing, because I know Willie was on from 9 to midnight, and then the reason I found your dad. I was just flipping around the dial one night, and your dad used to play the country music, and I was like, oh man, that's some good old country music. And I thought it was, because it was on AM, I thought it was the station from Nashville, and I heard, this is the Truckin' Bozo. I was like, who? And then next thing I know, it's like, here we are 30 years later, and still part of the scene, I guess. I remember when you came on, you guys took your road trip through Canada.
Yep.
And I remember calling in, and I'd call your dad your name, and I'd call you by your dad's name. You're like, no, this is Steve. But your dad would answer the phone, so I'd say, Steve, no, it's Bozo. Because you guys sounded exact on the phone. Now, I could tell you the difference on the radio, but when you two on the phone, you sounded, it drove me nuts. I said, one of these days I'll get it right. I don't think I ever did, but yeah, because have you heard? Did Louisville actually cancel Matt's for this year, or
No, we touched on that
still a
last
go?
night. Right now, it's they're looking at the options. We shared the whole schedule last night. There's, I think, on the 15th of this month it was. They're going to be asking all the different various partners and whatnot. I think it's somewhere. What was that special date? February 16th, 19th, something like that, where they're going to make the call. As will it be? It's either going to be in September of this year or March of 2022. They're not going to do March of this year. We already know that the decision they're making right now is it going to be September of this year or March of next year.
Yeah, because it's like the 50th year.
Yeah, it's
Man, I said,
50th
"Man, we gotta have
anniversary.
the show."
Yep.
I can't. It'd be hard to go 2 years without seeing you and the Gouger and Ed and everybody. And, I was always kind of looking forward to that every year, getting to see everybody. Everybody. I've met so many people through you and this show. It's just got me a lot of good friends at the truck show, and it's always kind of the thing we always look forward to. Hell, the grandkids like going. My wife's daughter, she always kind of looked forward to it, seeing everybody and seeing Bubba Bo and everybody down there. And it's just, man, my little granddaughter, who we used to call Monkey Gouger, she always called him Monkey Man. She could never remember the Gouger part. She was like, "Papa's Monkey Man gonna be there?" I said, "Well, that's Mr. Truck Show. I'm sure he will be."
Yeah.
It's not a truck show without Monkey Gouger. But yeah, I just wanted to catch up, touch base. And glad to hear you're back. Congratulate you on your new venture, and hopefully it'll be more successful than your last venture.
Very good. Well, thank you much.
Things will get expanded. And
All right. Well, good to hear from you there, Donut Man. Don't be a stranger, as they say, and we'll chat again very soon, hopefully. All right. Looking at 29 before the hour. Back to I'm looking at some of the numbers coming from these doctors and whatnot here in 2021. This doctor said beast mode. This new COVID strain is defined as beast mode COVID, the most appropriate title for the variant that could render public health recommendations substantially futile during the winter months and turn the pandemic into a race between beast mode COVID and vaccination success. They say viruses mutate all the time. Mutations are basically an error that the virus makes when it copies itself. It's basically transferred from one individual to the next, and that's what a virus does. It just starts copying itself once it gets into your nasal passages or your lungs. Coronaviruses typically mutate more slowly than most other viruses because supposedly coronaviruses have some sort of a built-in proofreading mechanism that tries to correct the errors, but they can still change in ways that the proofreader doesn't catch or doesn't fix. Most of the time, those sort of changes don't make them more harmful, but sometimes a mutation makes for a competitive advantage, something that allows the new version to kind of, outperform the viruses around it. Because the new coronavirus has infected so many people, millions of people around the world, it's had more opportunity to mutate. And it's apparently actually adapting to become better at infecting people. It's crazy stuff to ask me, but the doctor says the dominant story of the United Kingdom, the UK right now, it's called the UK variant. That's the dominant strain as it stands. And it's adapting to humans. UK. A question I would have is, we've got this, right now we got the Pfizer vaccine and they've got, the Moderna vaccine. Are the vaccines, are they actually going to work? If you get the shot, will it actually work to prevent you from coming down with the new strain, would be my question. Okay, we'll get back to your calls just ahead. Room for you. You'd like to jump on board as we make our way into a Tuesday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. We'll be right back live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios right after this.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So we started things off tonight talking about the cancel culture. And right on the heels of Twitter was the one that, permanently banned or suspended Donald Trump. They did that on Friday. So I guess the opening bell Monday, Twitter stock headed down. Stock fell as much as 12% this past day after permanently suspending President Trump's account Friday evening. What was the impact of that? The share price wiped essentially $5 billion with a B, $5 billion from Twitter's market capitalization. Now, Twitter bosses suspending Trump's account, which had about 88 million followers, after the world leaders, of course, Donald Trump. They say he was fanning the flames of conspiracy theories about voter fraud and election theft, and that's what led to the siege on the Capitol last week. After close review of recent tweets from the real Donald Trump account and the context around them, we've permanently suspended the account due to the risk of further incitement of violence. That's what Twitter had to say about it. Now, that ban followed Facebook's suspension of Trump for at least the rest of his presidency. Mark Zuckerberg defending that decision on a post last Thursday, arguing that Trump appeared intent on using his name to undermine a peaceful transition of power that risks sparking more violence. If memory serves me, going back to last Wednesday, I know the president sent out a tweet at the time that says he is committed to a peaceful transition of power. But Twitter stock likely fell because investors are concerned that the Trump ban is going to erode interest in the platform across the board. And there's the potential that millions of people could boycott the platform because they see that decision as being politically motivated. Another attempt at silencing a major conservative voice. Hearing an awful lot about that in recent days, haven't we? Hey, back to our phones we go, and is it the cool breeze?
Hey ho, Steve Areno. How you doing tonight?
Now, we're talking 2 nights in a row for a guy that typically would call once every year or two.
What the heck? New platform? What the hell? You know? I was figuring out, you know, I'm up this time of night all the time anyway. Why wasn't I listening to you? I'm normally up till 2 or 3 in the morning because my circadian rhythm's totally whacked out from driving big trucks all night long for so many years, you know. And I'm retired now, but I'm still staying up all night.
Are you?
So, you know. And you know,
are you wanting to get back?
Happened?
Are you wanting to get back out on the road?
Yeah, I get the itch, Steve. I still go get the DOT physical. They force me to get it once a year, but I still go down and get it every year. I still maintain a full-blown CDL license with all endorsements. I get the itch. I definitely get the itch. I'll tell you what. I get out. Of course, this past year, I've been just sitting here at home. I don't have a car. I totaled my car January 31st, 2020. What a start to 2020 it was for me. And I pretty much just been staying here at home. It was the start of the coronavirus anyway. And in the accident, I broke my C2 in my neck. Got a fractured neck, and they were talking about operating on it, going in there and putting me back together again, as they have on my hips and my legs. And I'm a regular Evel Knievel here, but it was kind of a blessing in disguise. I'm staying home waiting for my neck to heal up, and I've stayed away from all that coronavirus going on. Mm-hmm. I've been pretty careful about it, and so far, I knock on wood, I didn't get it, you know? And, you know, they're saying, too, besides what you were just talking about it, that 60% of the transmissions of the coronavirus are by asymptomatic people,
Correct.
People that are showing no signs of the coronavirus. They have no symptoms whatsoever. They're passing it from one person to another, and you don't even know you have it. So how do you fight an invisible thing like that? You've got to mask up, wash your hands, just do what they're telling you. Do what everybody's telling us to do, you know? It's not a political thing. It's not a Trump-Biden thing, you know, and I'm anxious to see. I'm ready to see what Biden's going to do in there. He seems to say he's going to do something so fantastic about this virus. He's going to fix it in 100 million shots in the first 100 days or whatever he's doing. And then how are you going to have? Oh yeah, by the way, I heard today too. That's in your news brief there somewhere too, Steve. By the end of this month, Johnson & Johnson has one coming out. It's going to be one and done. You're not going to have a second shot on it.
Okay.
And you just get one shot and that's it. You don't have to go back for the second one. And there's all kind of questions coming out about that. Well, if you get the first one, what if they don't have a supply for the second one at 21 days? Well, they're saying now you can fluctuate a week either way around that 21 or 28 day mark, and it's not going to make that big a difference unless you wait months and months. If you wait months and months, then you're going to have to start over. You're going to have to get another vaccination and start over completely. You know, go 21 days to get another one. So I don't know. Just it's a good thing the vaccinations are coming out. I believe in them. I believe in the science of them. We got to believe in something.
Well,
you
that's
know,
true.
and that's a hope.
What do you?
It's a hope in the right direction. You know.
How much time do you? I'm seeing that in some cases you say, well, you take the shot, you get the vaccine, and it's like 90 days worth of immunity. I mean that another. Then I saw another that's saying, well, that it would last for about a year. Is this the kind of thing we're going to be, for the rest of our lives, talking about an annual COVID vaccine?
No, it's supposed to be once you get the one, and then you get the second one at 21 or 28 days with the Pfizer and the Moderna that are out now. Once you get the second one, then you're supposed to be 95% vaccinated, and that's it. You're not going to have to get a booster in 5 years or a year or whatever. And I listen close. I'm a news hog. I sit and look at the news all day long. Well, because I have nothing else to do. I'm sitting here at home, I'm looking at TV, you know, and I'm a news nut. I like to keep up on the news. But that's what I've heard on it anyway, Steve.
Yeah.
Is it once you get the two, that's it. And then the one coming out from Johnson & Johnson, it's going to be one and done. It's coming out January 31st. So that's when around when they're supposed to be approved anyway, but you know. And congratulations on your new gig. I got to say, it's great to hear you back in my ears, Steve, on the radio, or I've been listening to you through my phone for years and years. And, geez, I hadn't heard you on the AM radio since I was coming out of Miami one night and tuned you in on the AM radio coming out of Miami, coming across the Alligator Alley down there one night. I caught up with you.
So you've been using the smartphone for years, right?
Oh yeah, I got on the cutting edge of it. I mean, I've been spending $1,000 for every new phone I've got for years. The next one I've got my eyes on is going to be a $1,500 phone. So I try not to break them, needless to say, you know. But truck drivers are on the cutting edge of technology. You got to be. We were the first ones that started using those earbuds that you put in your ear. We've been using those for years and years, you know. And some people go, "Oh, Bluetooth." Yeah, well, geez, you know, I had one of those 20 years ago. I went through a half a dozen of them before I found one that I liked, because they just had too much garbage noise on them and stuff. But I'm talking to you from my studio tonight. I got my official broadcast headphones on and my headpiece and everything plugged right through my phone, talking to you tonight, Steve.
That's cool. All right.
It's probably a little different than last night.
All right. Well, good to hear from you, Cool Breeze. Thanks for checking in. And as I said last evening, don't be a stranger, which you didn't hesitate to do that tonight, did you? Good deal. All right, I'm seeing I knew I had seen a headline that was stipulating that these vaccines are nothing near a permanent. And I found Boston Herald said both Pfizer and Moderna's 2-dose vaccines are effective and trigger immune responses. But neither of them, according to this report, are expected to be any sort of a lifelong vaccine. It's would it last a year, a little over a year, whatever the case might be. And then I see a story I was on that story from the Boston Herald, where apparently that headline says coronavirus vaccine, hospitals throwing out extra doses is a sin. Hospitals are tossing out precious coronavirus vaccine doses at the end of the day instead of giving the extra shots to community members. A maddening issue that's happened apparently several times at Boston area teaching hospitals, according to a health expert that spoke to the Herald this past day. That is kind of insane. Throwing out extra vaccine? Which to me would say that they can't find enough people to get in line to get the vaccine. How do you have extras at the end of the day? It's okay. Back to the phones we go here. Is this Bill?
Yes, sir, it is.
How we doing,
Glad to
Bill?
hear you back.
Well, glad to be back. Thank you.
Yeah, I been kind of lonely out here tonight, but yeah, I put a post on Facebook or YouTube or something, and it ended up being my granddaughter's name. Evidently, she got on my phone and logged in under my name or whatever. But anyway, I actually had a dream about you back on the air last night. So I typed in your name today, and then sure enough, here you are.
Really?
I knew you wouldn't be gone.
That's
I
weird.
knew you wouldn't be gone forever. It's just, yeah.
I've had a lot of dreams about being on the air, but I wake up and I'm not on the air.
Sorry, go ahead.
I said I've had a lot of dreams about being on the air when I wasn't, but yeah, that's back. Last night was our inaugural show. Yes.
Yeah, that's. I knew you wouldn't be down long, but I've been listening to you for years. Kind of like family. And when I heard you were gone off WLW, it's almost like not that bad, but it's like, man, you guys really suck. But the guy they put on there after you, he was pretty good. And another night I listened to it, it was Red Eye Radio. I was like, well, maybe he's on vacation. And it just kept going and going every night. Red Eye Radio. Up, click, turn the channel, listen to music. So, yeah, that's pretty good news that you're back. But, yeah, my wife works in nursing, and she says a lot of them are not taking that vaccine. They're afraid to.
Mm-hmm.
I got a daughter that's not going to take it. She don't know, she might want to get pregnant again someday. She's worried about it. So
yeah, valid
I don't know.
concerns. Yeah.
Kind of crazy. But yeah, we got people dumping Facebook. They're dumping DirecTV. I dumped DirecTV, put it up an antenna, and yeah, they're shooting themselves in the foot. Is what they're doing, I think. So Twitter stock's going down. And it's crazy time.
That's a
but
pretty.
Bidden's going to take care of everything.
A pretty significant hit. When you're talking $5 billion in a day, that's pretty big. I mean, 12%. That's significant.
Who was that?
That was Twitter.
Who was that? Twitter?
This
Wow.
past day, yeah.
I had no idea it was that big. Yeah. I mean, I deleted my Facebook after the election, and I couldn't go the full months. I got back on there, but it's like, I don't know. It's like your platform now is Facebook and YouTube. Is that all you have?
For the moment, yes.
To listen?
Yes.
Okay. Because I tried it on Facebook, and I couldn't get you to play. I got the picture, but I couldn't get it to play. So I went over to YouTube and got you on that way. So,
well,
it's
we
a shame you have to use their platforms. But
I hear you. Yep. I am. It's almost like it's getting to the point where all these platforms are, from what I'm hearing in recent days, they're all the social media outlets are trying to become almost like censors.
Yeah, they're trying to stifle us. That's for sure. We'll see how good luck they have.
Yeah. Well, all righty. Well, Bill, thanks for checking in.
Good to hear you. Yeah. All right. Have a good one, Steve.
Be safe out there. Have a good night. There you go. It is 844-844-3388. I got an email from Monty. Monty, you got to check in with us here. Give us the latest what's going on. Because I've been kind of out of the loop as far as like the industry headlines for about 2 months. Give us all the latest what's going on with our friends there at OOIDA. He said, great to have you back, Steve. I enjoyed the show. Hitting the house, so I'm going to say goodnight, and I'll check you out tomorrow night. Okay. That's actually from Jamie. His name's Monty on the email, but okay, so maybe that's not the Monty I was thinking of. But he's probably out there listening. I did get a message from him the other day. Then anybody familiar with Long Haul Paul? He drives a truck for a living, but he's also a singer that many of you've met. He's always there at the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville, got his guitar, performs at a number of the booths. Paul says, good to hear you back on the air. I'm listening to your Facebook live stream here in Fort Worth, Texas. Sounding great. Thank you much, Long Haul Paul. Knucklebuster said here, I've got a daughter that works for Pfizer, and she sent me this. It's a little meme which says, you trust us with your penis, trust our vaccine. Okay, there you Pfizer. You get it, right? They're the ones that created Viagra. Okay, any more on the list here? Mort is checking in. Mort checking in from Ottawa, Canada. Thanks for being with us, Mort. You have Oregon. But as you look out off the coast, there's lots and lots of moisture. They call that the train of moisture that's going to be streaming in for the next several days. And we're going to be talking enough rain to cause flooding in lower elevations. And, of course, higher elevations where the temperatures are colder, it's going to be snow piling up. Here is the latest. It's a short series of rather potent storms, though, loaded with moisture that streams all the way out from the central Pacific Ocean. That's going to pound Washington, Oregon, British Columbia, our parts of Northern California, and Idaho, with enough rain at low elevations to raise the risk of flooding. Meanwhile, snow's going to pile up over the high country between now and Wednesday. It's called the Atmospheric River. It was visible Monday morning on satellite imagery over the Pacific, originating just north of Hawaii. So you kind of envision how far Hawaii is out there, several thousand miles away. When a pattern like that sets up, heavy rain and mountain snow often result along the west coast. Freezing levels will be low enough to lead to a wintry mix and some slippery travel over the passes. You could be experiencing that this morning in the Cascades. The storms will be associated with a great deal of moisture, but warmer air that's going to cause those snow levels to rise and lead to melting snow at the elevations and parts of the Olympics, Cascades, at the coastal range. This parade of storms is predicted to unload generally 1 to 2 inches of rain away from the immediate coast at the lower elevations, more along the lines of 2 to 4 inches at intermediate elevations, 2 to 4,000 feet. Then we're talking 4 to 6 inches of rain along the coast of Washington and Oregon between now and Wednesday morning. AccuWeather says some areas could see rainfall totals approaching 10 inches. Wow, that's major flooding levels. Now, even though the anticipated rain and high elevation snow may not be as intense as some atmospheric river setups that we've seen in the past, this has the potential to bring some real problems. To some extent, the snow cover over the intermediate elevations will absorb some of that rain. But in some cases, the combination of the rain and melting snow can release enough water into the small streams and the short-run rivers flowing out of the Cascades and the Olympics to lead to flooding. Water locked up in the snow can have the effect of unleashing an additional 1 to 3 inches of rain, thus the concern for flooding. Combination of rain, saturated soil may also lead to mudslides. Areas that were hit by wildfires in recent years, especially this past season, will just see the greatest risk of mudslides. Forecasters warn about another danger with this storm this week. Wet snow falling from the storms. Milder conditions could cause snowpack over the high country to become unstable, and thus we'll talk about avalanches. Then let's add another into the mix. Winds, the strongest winds forecast to be along the coast of Oregon and Washington right on into Tuesday night. Gusts from the southwest approaching 70 miles per hour. This is the storm we were talking about earlier that has the wind watches later today into Wednesday for a broad area out west. From mid to late week, the weather pattern will change along the Pacific coast. So it's really just a couple of days, but you're going to get a lot of moisture, a lot of precip over the next couple of days. All right, top of the hour is upon us. Philip's going to be checking in from Florida here in just a bit. Joe is on the line, and there's room for you. You want to jump in? It's 844-844-3388. I am Steve Summers, and this is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
did feel 5 minutes coming on, didn't I? I bet I did. All right, back at it here on a Tuesday. And hopefully we've got some listeners maybe joining us for the first time tonight. Yeah, of course, last night was our inaugural edition. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. You're talking about, Hot Shot Secret, a lubrication company, but so much more. And they sponsor diesel truck racing. We're talking big trucks, and we're talking pickup trucks. And actually, diesel car racing. Yeah, there's several different divisions. If you follow that sort of racing, I'd love to hear from some of the guys that are kind of up to speed on that. I guess I'm gonna have to go through a class and learn some of the names. For longtime listeners of the show for many, many years, you all know. At one point in time, I was a big fan of NASCAR. And, yeah, I'm going back, well, boy, it's back, many, many years, obviously, the era of Dale Earnhardt Sr. and the likes of Terry Labonte and Ernie Irvin, Swervin Irvin, and who was the guy, Jerry Nadeau, that drove for Delphi, had an actual chance one time to go with the guys and the girls from Delphi up to Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Actually got to go to, there was an indoor kart racing track. Those really fast indoor karts there in Indianapolis. Got to go with Jerry Nadeau, and that was a really fun time. So, but as the years went on, and we've talked about this the last several years, when in the world of NASCAR, with all the changes that they've been doing, and with these different, the point system and resetting the clock and the playoffs with 10 races remaining, we're kind of resetting the numbers, and you end up potentially with someone that would have never won a championship under the old system, becoming a NASCAR champion under the new system. Yeah, like so many others, we've seen the stands being less filled and less filled with each passing year, and I honestly, I've been losing interest. I mean, there was a time, I think I mentioned this, in recent years, that when we would go to church on Sunday morning, and if the preacher was getting long-winded, and it's like you're getting toward the noon hour, and you're like, come on, man, I gotta be home in time to catch the race. And I'm just glued to the television throughout the entire race. I wouldn't flip away for anything. And then I started flipping channels, and I'm going to flip over and see what Tiger Woods is doing today. Golf started becoming a real big competitor with NASCAR, and then I flip over and see, okay, who's playing football today? And I got to the point where anymore, I might flip on a race and watch for 5 or 10 minutes and just, I don't know, it's just, it's just getting kind of boring. So, Dale Jr., when Dale Jr. retired, that was really kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back for me. And I guess, what's his name? Jimmy Johnson. I think 2020 was supposed to be his last year, at least on a regular basis in NASCAR. But he is going over to the IndyCar type racing, I think it is. Yeah, he's going to be driving in a new series, so that might be kind of interesting. Yeah, but when it comes to the diesel truck stuff, most of that, I believe, is straight line racing, drag racing kind of stuff, not the circle track stuff. See who's got the fastest. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Chris was telling me that Hot Shot Secret is a sponsor and kind of a contributing factor to the world's fastest diesel race car, I believe, and several others. So, we're going to be talking about some of that stuff in the coming days and weeks. And with this new partnership, I think Kyle's going to be able to maybe get some of the big name racers in those diesel racing series to maybe call in from time to time. And I guess they can give me an education about diesel racing. And somewhere down the line, he said something about trying to get me in one of those diesel dragsters. So I don't know about that. He said it goes from 0 to 150 in like, what is it, 4 seconds or something off the walls. I said, how many G's is that? He said, they're pulling like 3.5 G's. Something like a fighter jet pilot. I said, I don't think I can handle that. I'm too old for that crap. But we'll see. I don't know. Maybe a one. I remember when they first put I can't remember what the name of the coaster was, but it was one of those coasters that goes from like 0 to 60 in 2 or 3 seconds up at Kings Island. And the first, what's that? You're pulling like 1 G or something. And I thought I was going to die on that thing. I didn't like that quick launch. I'm not into that anymore. All right. Quickly from the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Santa Claus checking in. Headed back to the left coast from Utah. Due to COVID, I needed to return to work for now. I put myself on the list to be deployed again if I'm needed to follow our troops. All right. Thank you very much. Good to have you with us. Back with us once again. There, Mr. Klaus. And got a quick update from Rabbit, who said, heads up, I-80 westbound at the 33-mile marker in Pennsylvania. We've got a tanker truck that has rear-ended a reefer truck there, and looks to be probably a soon shutdown accident. So I guess he was able to get through, and he sent this to me about 8 minutes ago. So again, I-80 westbound, 33-mile marker there in Pennsylvania. That'll probably start backing up pretty darn quick. Now let's get back to our callers here, and we have a couple lines available at 844-844-3388. Let's head down to the Sunshine State. What's going on, Philip?
Oh, just driving to work, bud. Earlier there it went silent. I don't know what happened. It just went silent. I didn't hear you for a while.
I wasn't gone very long, was I?
No, you weren't gone long. I don't know. Was it all that new technology and that stuff?
It's my first screw up. It's called. I went out for a smoke break and lost track of it. That 5 minutes went awful fast.
Hey, it's all good, bud.
You ever heard it? I was almost a pro at, I knew exactly what I could do, how long, and I didn't even have a watch on. I just knew when I had to, put it out and go back, and I didn't have to go far, but the 5 minutes was come and gone. Sorry about that, everybody.
You're fine, man. You're doing a good job. Good job. There is one person I am kind of missing that worked with you for a few years there. I'm missing Mr. Jeff Carr. You heard anything from him?
Was that the Jeffrey that was my last producer?
Yes.
Yes, I have not spoke to him since I was let go. I didn't have his personal number or anything. Yeah, I've thought about him several times, and I don't know that we're even like friends on Facebook or not. I'm not sure, and I didn't know his last name, so I can kind of search now.
Yeah, I am. I'm friends with him on Facebook. I can, and I think I've got his number too. I can shoot that to you. I'm friends with you on Facebook. I can message you that. Is that okay?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to help him out. He took me out. He said one morning, he said, "You mind if you go with me to Waffle House? I'm going to pick your brain a little bit." And he wanted to get into being like a sports reporter, and he said, do you mind if I did like a little sports update on your program? And I said, absolutely. I was trying to help him out, get started in the biz.
Yeah, you were giving him the push there. I mean, when it was coming on. What happened to Dave? Do you know, Steve?
I talked to him a couple times, but it's been at least 2-3 weeks ago. I think he was working on trying to get something with I think he had a friend that owned like an FM station somewhere about 50 miles north of us. And I'm not sure what.
Are you still? Is your studio still around the Cincinnati area?
We are.
Yes. Are you more toward Columbus now?
We're still in the Cincinnati area.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I was I'm friends with Jeff. Jeff is still keeping it going as far as I know. I don't know. I just that whole deal, Steve, to be quite honest, was just a corporate thing. It seemed like to me.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of glad you're out of that realm. I think Hot Shot's going to treat you pretty fair. Did you ever hear anything from Ed Motorcoat?
Yeah, he called. It was just a little too late when he got a hold of me.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm friends with him on Facebook. Yes, sir, I do. I understand. So, but everything's going well down here at Disney. We're doing our social distancing, and we're putting people in the park. If people would listen, it'd be good. But I think that's the only thing that, if anything shuts anything down, it's going to be people not listening, like the gentleman said earlier. So, have you seen that up there in Cincinnati?
Where what, people not wanting to wear the mask and all that?
Yeah, just following the guidelines and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're going through at Disney. So.
I see a lot.
Well, it was good talking to you, bud. I know you.
I'm sorry. I see a lot less of that now than we did, say, six months ago. I mean, for quite some time, yeah. I get the whole fact that it's not this, as nearly as deadly as some tried to make it seem early on, but I know it's real. And I know people get really sick. I was talking to Ron earlier. He ended up in the hospital. It's my daughter-in-law's dad. He ended up in the hospital with the pneumonia, and he's in pretty good health otherwise. Yeah, so I know it's a real thing, but people seem to be. I mean, most of the time, I mean, if I try to go in somewhere, I'm in a little convenience store around the corner, and I don't have the mask on, somebody, right at the door says, hey, you guys. I said, oh yeah. Sometimes I forget. I'm still forgetting in cases to put the mask on. But most places, I don't see anybody going in without a mask.
Yeah, we're actually taking people. We've got announcements we get through the period of the day. You'll hear it on the intercom, our PA system. We have announcements that come on all the time. They come on, I think, every 10 minutes, telling everybody that if you don't have your mask on, you'll be asked to leave.
Yep.
They take it a little bit more seriously. I mean, because that's what's controlling our capacity right now with the state and everything. We have inspectors that come in on a daily basis and check us out from Orange County and the state of Florida, as well as the CDC. So, I mean, it's for a theme park to be doing it. We're the only one doing it at Disney right now. Disney's, everything else is shut down. We're the only theme park in the at Disney that's making it right now. So, and it's tough right now.
Has there ever been any follow-up, any word out of like Disneyland in California? Because all those people that have been out of a job for how many months now, have they ever made a plan on when they're going to try to reopen there?
No, because the state won't open up.
Wow.
It's the state, and same way overseas. I mean, we had Tokyo back open, and they reshut it down again. And I heard that they had partially opened it back up, but yeah, we're the only theme park that Disney has now that's actually making money right now. Us and Disney Plus, we're the only things for the company, and also the TV stuff as well. The ABC and ESPN and that. But we're the only thing that's actually generating revenue as far as the theme park side of the business with Disney. Disney Plus is making the most, though. Think about this, Steve. 72 million people are paying $7 a month.
My wife just subscribed to that. She just subscribed to that here a few weeks ago. Yep, sure enough.
And it's pure profit. I mean, you just keep that server going, and it's there, just like Netflix. It's all that stuff is making the money now because a lot of people, when they were locked down, they started watching that. And that Mandalorian show has just went through the roof. We've had more demand on that. I mean, even in the theme park, we've got more of that merchandise come out. It's crazy. Just it's selling off the shelves.
Well, I know that the animated stuff is probably not really impacted by the COVID. People can do their animation stuff and socially distance and all that. Have you heard it? I mean, what about the likes of the Star Wars and whatnot? Are they ever going to get back to making like blockbuster movies with real people?
I think so. it's there. I mean, if you look at like all your TV shows now, they're going back. They're doing the social distancing thing and everything on that. But I think that Disney has stuff in the can, so to speak, that a lot of people don't know about.
And I think he lost his cell. All right, Philip. He's back.
All right, bud. Thank you a lot. Have a good one.
All right. Yeah, he broke up there for a minute. That's a modern technology. Hey, well, good to hear from you there, Philip. Thank you much. 21 past the hour. Back to the topic of Nancy Pelosi trying to say the president must resign, then trying to push the vice president to invoke the 25th Amendment. And if you don't do that, we're going to pull up articles of impeachment, which for all practical purposes, it appears that at some point today, that's the direction it's going to go, because Vice President Mike Pence pretty much signaled that he will not spurn demands to immediately oust Donald Trump because of the president's supporters and the riot that took place. That's the way they're described, the riot that took place last Wednesday. That discussion seems kind of inconsistent with the speculation that Trump plans to resign before the inauguration. Now, this is the first time Trump and Pence have spoken since what took place at the Capitol while Pence was presiding over the formal affirmation of the re-election defeat. Now, I guess the meeting was at the Oval Office. They agreed that people who broke into the Capitol do not represent President Trump's America First movement, and pledged to continue the work on behalf of the country for the rest, what's left, a week and a day, essentially now, right? The rest of the term. He said it was a good conversation where President Trump and Pence kind of discussed the week ahead, reflected on the last 4 years. House Democrats are seeking to hold Trump accountable for the riot if Vice President Pence fails to act against the president. They did push forward this past day with their plans to impeach for a second time for incitement of an insurrection. Of course, we all know what that's about, eliminating the possibility of Donald Trump running for election 4 years from now. They're scared to death that may actually happen. How old would Donald Trump be at that point, though? Of course, we're looking at how old is Joe Biden when he gets sworn in next week, and how old is he going to be 4 years from now if he can make it? Fair question. All right. All said and done, it looks like the discussion raised the prospect that Pence might invoke the 25th Amendment. That would allow the vice president and the majority of the cabinet to remove the president, which the Democrats want to do. Mike Pence has privately discussed the idea, and he said it's not feasible, according to someone familiar with the matter. So that appears to put that whole discussion to rest. It ain't going to happen. And if they try to proceed with the other out, impeachment a second time, I mean, we saw how long everything got drug out with the first impeachment trial. Just call it a day already. And with that, we get, let's see, who's next up here? It looks like Joe is on the line. If I can get Joe to pick up. Hey, Joe, what's happening this morning?
Good evening, Steve.
Evening.
How you doing? It's been a long time since I talked to you.
Yes.
It's been a couple of years, actually.
Okay.
So, anyway, so I not only drive a truck, I also write satire news. Pretty much aimed at conservatives to troll them. So I kind of have a little insight to what's going on. And I'm going to tell you, and I'm not making fun. Okay, a little bit I'm going to make fun. You know, some of these people, I'm going to be honest, they're not that bright. And I can make up constitutional amendments. And then when they're arguing with me on Facebook, they will repeat them back to me as if I'm the idiot. So, yeah, there we go with that, right?
Okay.
But the reason why that Twitter and Facebook and all these other platforms have taken Trump off is, I don't know if you remember a couple of years ago when all these platforms got super scared, they got super crazy, right? And they took off a lot of content because they were going to be sued, because the Congress passed a law that Facebook, Twitter, Backpage, Craigslist, yada, 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 could be sued and were liable for the content that they were providing.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they didn't make the content. That's what this whole Section 230 was about. That's why Trump was screaming about it for years, even though it got passed under his leadership. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's not cancel. I mean, I get the whole cancel culture. I understand, you know, but that's not what this is about. It's kind of like a big CYA thing for the big tech companies. Because if he says something, and let's be honest, he says some pretty horrible things sometimes. And, you know, I mean, if it was me saying it, I'd have been booted off. That way, you know, the content I provide, I have to be super careful on what I say. Like when I write satire news, I have to be super careful about the things I write about.
Yeah. Well, when people, I mean, satirical sites always, somewhere in the little print at the top or the bottom, it always says this is a satirical story. And I mean, I see that stuff all the time that gets shared, say on Facebook, and all these people that say they think it's a real story, you know.
I wrote a story about Bill Barr investigated Antifa, and it went straight to Obama. That's what I wrote. That wasn't what the story was about. I wanted a reason to write every Rush album in chronological order, and that's what I did. And that got 1.5 million views. People read that 1.5 million times. We wrote another one. We write our own fact checks too. So that way, you know, you could read them and be like, wow, see, I told you. We wrote a story about Nancy Pelosi moving $2.4 billion into the impeachment fund out of Social Security. We wrote that. And then we wrote a fact check because it got a little stupid. We wrote a fact check, and the whole time we made fun of people. We're like, if you believe this, we just made this number out of thin air. If you believe this, you're an idiot. We wrote that, and we just a whole 350 words of, if you believe this, you need to go get your head examined. Almost 4 million views. 4 million views. People read that and thought, wow, look, I'm really onto something here. It's amazing. And by the way, it's not just conservatives. You get some liberals in there too. We call them lib spuds because they're just as stupid, just from the other side of the aisle. You know, sometimes you just get people just like, wow, this is why America is the way it is.
Well, over the years, I'll tell you, Joe,
nobody pays attention.
There's been, you know, I'll say a couple, less than 5 occasions where I may have come across a story and I shared it. And then in most cases, in pretty short order, I start thinking, I don't know. And I'll do a little research and find out, I was the dumbass that actually shared something that was fictitious or, you know, satirical or whatever. You know, over the years, I learned how to, for the most part, figure things. I can see a story on Facebook and say that does, and at least I'm going to research it before I talk about it, or just not talk about it.
We did one where we said that Vince Foster. You remember Vince Foster, right?
Yep.
We said that, you know, Vince Foster was exhumed and they pulled 2 bullets out of his cremated head. We wrote that, and people repeated it back to us like it was like it made complete sense. So, I mean, you know, if you guys want to know news, and, you know, if you guys want to figure out when you're being duped and when you're not, if it sounds too ridiculous to be true, it's just like a sale. It's just like an advertisement you see. If it seems too ridiculous, if it seems like it's playing on your confirmation bias, it's probably not true. And I probably wrote it. And you just made me a bunch of money by doing that.
How about
just the whole thing, you know?
How about the story over the last 24 hours? Because I swear I've had at least 2 or 3 people, you know, try to call and say, you need to get stocked up on 2 weeks of food. Donald Trump's going to declare martial law to prevent this inauguration from taking place. I said, that's
complete horse hockey.
Right. But I mean, how many, if I'm hearing from a handful of people, how many people are out there hearing that?
Well, see, that comes, now that doesn't come from us because we do ridiculous. That's what we do. We do ridiculous, just pretty much to make everybody laugh. You know, that's what we do. That stuff right there that's like that Q stuff. That's that QAnon garbage.
Yeah.
And what they do, there's a difference between what I do and what these people do. Like I do what the Onion does. I'm here to make you laugh. And I'm here to make you think about, hey, maybe I shouldn't share this. Maybe I should think about it first. But that stuff, what you just told me, is coming from Q and coming from these really insane people who, you saw the guys at the Capitol, right? The guys at the Q, the guys who ran in and defecated on the walls and all that. That's coming from them. They're trying to create something that's not there, and they're trying to divide the country even more than it is.
Yeah. So serious.
And that's just horrible.
Serious question for you, Joe.
Those things.
I was asking, I mentioned QAnon in the first hour, and I said at the time, I think it's Facebook that removed like 70,000 accounts of what it was, QAnon supporters or whatever. I said, who are they? Who in the hell are they following, or what are they about? Because I honestly don't know.
Okay, here's QAnon for you, real quick in a nutshell. You've heard of the 4chan, 8chan, 12chan, your sister chan, whatever it is?
Yeah.
You've heard of those, right?
Uh-huh.
Some guy, some pig farmer, and I'm not even making this up, you could look it up. Some pig farmer who moved to the Philippines made Q up. He is Q. And he started floating conspiracy theories. And unfortunately, you have people that are just looking for something. They're looking for, once again, that confirmation bias. Oh, well, Hollywood must be full of these perverts, and all the liberals are perverts like that, blah, 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 blah. You play on these people's biases, and that's what happened. Nothing QAnon says is real. I mean, think about it. They say that, Democrats and actors and actresses are all a bunch of child-molesting, satanic devil worshippers who are also cannibals and somehow have secret lists of where you live or whatever it is.
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein.
That is ridiculous.
Jeffrey Epstein was real, and that pedophile island was real. Now, who all was there and participated, we don't know. Yeah, and what's his name? The big guy that, the hell was that? The guy that had the casting couch for all the actresses and whatnot. He was real.
Oh, that scumbag, that big fat guy. Yeah. Yeah, that stuff is real. But that's what QAnon did. They took it and turned it up to 11. That's what they did. They took it, hey, well, this stuff is real. We can make even more, quote, unquote, reality of it. And they hurt a lot of people that just aren't doing that. I mean, Tom Hanks is as pure as the driven snow. And they said he has a whole cabal of whatever on some private island in Guadalajara or whatever. I don't know. It's hard to follow. And QAnon is just, it's completely insane.
Yeah. I had a guy over
kind of horrible people out there.
I had a guy over the last several years that would, from time to time, he'd email me that Q said this and Q said that. I think 99% of the time I didn't share it because I'd say that's not going to, and he'd give me like, this is going to happen in a couple of days, or that's going to happen in a couple of days. And 99% of the time, none of it ever happened. So.
But when Alex Jones says you're crazy, that he told them people today, and he says, wow, you're crazy. And when Alex Jones says that, then you're crazy. Because Alex Jones is like, crazy. Ding, ding, ding. He's nuts.
You're right.
Anyway, Steve, welcome back. I'm glad to hear you again on the airwaves, no matter which way it is. I'm going to stop and get fuel. I am on the I-5 right now in Northern California. Washington is soaking wet. Most of Oregon is soaking wet. And when you come down here into California, right around Weed, the wind is, I've got 80,000 pounds, straight up 80,000 pounds, and it's blowing the hell out of me everywhere. So, that's your traffic and weather update right here from the Liberal Troll.
There you go. Thank you. Liberal Troll. That's our guy. All right. Thank you, Joe. It's 25 before the hour. I remember when he called a few times, and maybe he's saying he was just trying to agitate me or dupe me and just piss me off really bad or something. You know, if I can remember correctly, I think he may have done that a time or two, but Wacky Joe. All right, what are we looking at? 25 before the hour. We've got lines available. The wait's not all that long. You want to jump in, feel free to dial us up. It's 844-844-3388. And if you're catching us maybe for the first time, because last night was our inaugural, we don't actually have someone picking up the phone saying overnight drive. What we have is it's kind of an automated system, but they'll welcome you to the Steve Sommers overnight drive. Tell you to leave a little message in 15 seconds or less. Give your name and what you want to talk about in a few words, and you'll go on hold and hang on for a few minutes. You'll hear this big beep on the phone. That means you're on the air, and you should hear my voice at that point in time. There you go. Love to hear from you, and we'll return in a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available exclusively on Hot Shot Secret YouTube and Facebook, and more coming soon.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, where did we leave off there? I think I mentioned the headline a bit ago that, where's that story? It's over here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. COVID-19, where'd it come from? The Wuhan market? Or was it from the research facility? Yeah, level 4 or level 5, whatever it is, where they're studying bioweapons and all that stuff, bat viruses. no one's really been able to get in there. They would not let U.S. Officials go in to try to help initially to find out where it came from. And they've been fighting from the very beginning. And kind of odd, in a reversal yesterday, the Chinese, the World Health Organization said the origins of the novel coronavirus, they want to go into China and see where it came from. And they finally said, okay, you can come into the country this Thursday. Need a few more days. All right, they had banned the experts from entering the country. And of course, that leads everybody to think, well, what are you covering up, right? The quote now is, China stands ready to closely cooperate with World Health Organization and international experts with specific details of their itinerary. I refer you to competent authorities, says the Foreign Ministry spokesperson. The origin tracing may involve more countries. They said the World Health Organization needs to conduct similar studies in other countries and regions as well. But this has been delayed for how long now? I mean, hell, we're about a year into this. And the World Health Organization General Director expressing some disappointment. Delays? Yeah, members of the international scientific team had already started their trip as part of the arrangement, but today we learned that Chinese officials haven't finalized the permissions when the team gets to China. Okay. Can you trust China? And you be honest. Tell me this. With the number of cases that have continued to spread throughout the United States and the so-called real numbers coming out of China that are just exponentially lower, in a country with how many people? Was it 2 billion people? Yeah, it's not possible. Just you can't trust the words you get out of China. But I digress. With that, it's 844-3388, and we'll get back to the calls. And next up, who we got on the line here? Looks like Tim Jim. Hello, Tim Jim.
Hey, Steve, welcome back.
Well, thank you very much.
Hey, I would like to let you know that I am also calling from my secret mogul bunker traveling on one interstate that we cannot disclose at this time.
Okay.
Yeah, but I am east of the Rockies.
I'm glad to hear that, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm kind of picturing.
Oh, looks like he lost his call. All right, Tim Jim, give us a call back if you get the opportunity. I hate when that happens, but from his secret undisclosed location. All right, let's move over to some of our industry headlines. Navistar issues a recall for thousands of international trucks due to an engine defect that could cause a crash. This is certain 2019 to 2021 International MV, International HV, and model year 2014 to 2020 International Durastar trucks. You've also got the 2015 to 2018 International Workstar vehicles. More than 17,000 trucks impacted by the recall, they tell us. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said the recalled trucks could have a defect that may result in unexpected vehicle movement and a crash. When the parking brake is applied and the automatic transmission is still in the drive or reverse position and the stationary PTO switch is engaged by the operator, the engine may rev and actually rev enough to overcome the parking brake's ability to keep the vehicle from moving. The recall expected to begin February 19th. You will be notified, and dealers are going to have to update the parameters of your Cummins ECM. So if you have questions, you can get a hold of customer service there at Navistar. They do have a recall number, 20510. I guess that's the number you'd have to give when you call Navistar for details. And our old buddy John Osborne out there on the road with the spirit of the American trucker. Where's he headed next? The first of actually 5 stops in California for OOIDA's tour trailer, Corning, California, stop number 1. Spirit of the American Trucker scheduled to be at the Corning Petro through January the 13th. So I guess today and tomorrow. Corning Petro, 120 parking spots for tractor trailers. You got the Iron Skillet Diner there. But, of course, he's in California. So they're probably not letting anybody dine there, right? It's temporarily closed. The closed restaurant, emblematic of a problem that truck drivers are kind of recalling from last spring. And even into the summer, restaurants closed and limited services available. I-5 from the Canadian border to Mexico is being referred to as a food desert. Like there's nothing there. John said it's a real and sad thing for truck drivers. I know COVID's serious, he said. But there are needs for the truck drivers. All right. When drivers find open restaurants, Osborne says, be glad for them and show your appreciation. It's not a God-given right that truck stops have to provide drivers with a sit-down restaurant. So use them or we're going to lose them. If you knew Corning for only one thing other than I-5 runs through it, it probably would be olives. Corning is the home to Bell Carter Foods, the largest table olive producer in the United States, according to their website. Bell Carter produces Lindsay olives. Corning also is home to the Olive Pit, which specialized in many variety of table olives with olive tasting. They've got a wine bar and a cafe. The Corning Olive Festival, sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce, typically happens in the month of October. Aside from olives, the area has a lot of almond production, almond packing. California ranks number 1 of the world's almond-producing area, according to the California farmers. Okay, let me see. It looks like Tim Jim is back. Take 2, Tim Jim.
Yes, it is. Take 2. One of our secret bunkers wouldn't like to touch any other secret bunker.
Okay.
I just had picture. I don't know if you come across it. You went underneath the Red Spence Bridge there, back into one of the caverns there to locate your studio, just so you're safe from all the attackers. Does that sound about right?
Well, you might be on the right track.
Okay, the fellow that talked there, yes, I believe that was Big Moose Posse, but with the decals and a little bit of that swag, I think I'd go real long. You guys got a great looking logo there. Did Chris come up with that in his departments?
Yeah, I mean, they put that together. I guess they've got their own graphic design division or department up there. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
I remember him saying that on one of his thing. I don't know if it was when you were first starting out there and you were like up there doing a couple of promos or whatever, but that's a great looking logo. It looked good on decals and maybe shirts and some Yeti travel mugs.
Yeti mugs, yeah, and ball
really
caps.
Nice. Yeah, I think it really looked nice. Right. Plus it helped you put a little bit more decoration in your studio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I heard you say there everything's doing well with the family and the grandkids and all, and your studio's up and running, and you're looking pretty professional, like on the radio.
Well, yeah, that's a nice-looking studio, huh?
Sure, I didn't see it today. Obviously, I'm driving, but last night that little light off to your right in that corner was a little bit annoying, but other than that, it looked really great.
Well, I turned the light off. Several people mentioned that. Yeah, if you're watching tonight, or if you look at the screen, it was actually an Eiffel Tower thing that Lisa and my mom got it for me because they thought it would look really cool in the studio. But the lights were a little bit too bright, so you got the reflection.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean,
Yeah.
apparently,
Yeah,
I'm
that was
looking
it,
at the screen here, and it looks pretty cool. You can see what it is now, anyway. So, without the lights on.
Okay, good. How much parking is there at this studio as opposed to your other studio? Or do you have, like, one of those secret things where a rig would just show up somewhere outside and then disappear into the landscape?
Exactly. Oh, my. Yeah.
I mean, I get this picture, 4 or 5 semis showing up there, once or twice a week and looking to find you.
Uh-huh.
Do you have accommodations for anybody to come visit?
Not in the big truck.
Not in the big truck.
Yep.
No. Okay. Do we have to come in on the streetcar named Desire or public transportation?
I don't know if the Metro runs this route or not. I'm not sure.
Okay, good deal. Well, I just like to call back the band back together, circa the old Blues Brothers. There, everybody's finding you, coming back together, and it's a welcome. And once again, thanks to Chris and all of his efforts to put you back on the air. I got to say, it was a huge void without you out there.
Uh-huh.
You just showed just how unique and how appreciated your show really is to those of us that work this shift. So once again, thank you, and to everybody involved in putting you on the radio. We'll give it back to some more intelligent callers.
Thank you so much. Good to hear from you, Tim Jim, and tell little Rowan and tell the wife we said hello.
I sure will, Steve. You have a good morning.
Good deal. Out there driving truck. Yeah, that's one of our friends from taking the cruises over the years. They've been on probably a half dozen cruises. All right, one of my listening friends who on occasion would send me an email kind of said, all right, this is it, my final opinion. And kind of going back to what transpired last Wednesday there in our nation's capital. Hard to believe the chaotic scenes that have unfolded in the land of the free. Elections have consequences. That was a term often used in past elections. Well, so does stupidity. A Trump supporter, Biden supporter, or just some supporter that has a completely different view, I don't care. Destroying property, violence, and inflammatory actions does not make us better as a civilized society. Yeah, this makes us look like those third world countries that many of us deployed to. Over the years, I have posted numerous comments, but let me be clear. I despise the political I've made my thoughts clear about the direction I feel this country's headed and who I think is causing the greatest harm. Today, there's enough blame to go around. I blame senseless, inflammatory comments on both parties and all groups, from top to bottom, and they're all equally responsible. I have friends and family that voted for Biden as well as Trump. But deciding who best will take this country forward is what this country was built on. I'm the first to disparage those that vote to exchange freedom for free stuff. But that's not the friends I have had for decades, those I have proudly served with in some of the most politically violent places. I respect their opinions, cherish their friendship, and will always support and defend them, and their right to vote for whoever they believe will provide the best leadership and stewardship for this nation. This is my last political post. I may comment on a friend's page from time to time, but I see social media today as a vehicle of misinformation and division. Very rarely do I ever repost anything. It's usually something that lacks taste, political correctness, and hysterically accurate. So for now, I hope cooler heads prevail, that people will put partisan politics aside and vote out these dinosaurs from both parties that continue to explode our debt, erase our history, regardless of its painful content, and vote in term limits. And people that actually want to preserve, support, and defend the American dream, and believe that success comes from one who works hard, not on the backs of others and those that will always abide by our Constitution and not circumvent it. Bye-bye, good luck, and remember, this is just my opinion. Now, that individual would be none other than the Grump, who was one of our, well, obviously, very opinionated callers over the years. And Grump, as always, I like what you had to say, because you tell it like it is. And yes, in this political atmosphere, there's fingers pointing both directions. Will Joe Biden be the guy that's going to be able to unite this country? I'm not going to hold my breath, but we'll see. All right, we head toward top of the hour as we got to be rolling into our final hour on our number 2 episode. I did get a message from Spaceman last night. Apparently he was home last evening. He said he was going to, I believe, be back out on the road tonight. But he said he would check in with us this morning. I'm anxious to hear from Spaceman. And love to hear from you as well. Right now we've got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Get online for that final hour and help us out, making it through the late night, early morning hours. And we get a quick time out here, after which we'll come back with more industry headlines and what's on your mind. Again, love to hear from you. Steve Sommers. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available exclusively on Hot Shot Secret YouTube and Facebook, and more coming soon.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, what do you say? One more time around. Final hour on a Tuesday. Kick that bumper. I got a follow-up message from Long Haul Paul, the singer guy, the truck driver, singer. He said, hey, thanks for the shout-out. If you ever need some live singing on the show, just give him a ring, give him a message. He'll be happy to come on. And for Philip, yeah, I talked to him a bit ago, and he did get back with me on. I got Jeff's email, whatever you sent me there. I got that. Thank you, Philip. All right, back for the final hour. So we get to some of our other industry headlines. Isn't it amazing? One of the biggest issues in the previous election was border security. Remember the chance of build that wall. A little bit of wall got built, but as we all well know, getting funding to build any extensive amount of wall was all but impossible. So what has transpired is not much has changed. The illegal individuals continue to stream into the country, and oftentimes they're coming in big trucks, the 18-wheelers, time after time. And the latest incident is from the Laredo sector, where agents of the Customs and Border Protection just last week stopped a human smuggling attempt, a tractor-trailer, refrigerated trailer no less, during the early morning hours, approached the I-35 checkpoint. Of course, they've got the inspectors there, and they've got the canines, and the canines are able to detect not only drugs, but people. And the canine said, hey, check this vehicle. So they pull over to the secondary inspection site. The driver attempted to exit the checkpoint and hit I-35 northbound. So the tractor-trailer was stopped north of the checkpoint, where they conveniently escorted them back. And what's in that refrigerated trailer? How about 126 people? 126 people inside the trailer, none of them wearing masks, personal protective equipment. They were medically screened, and then they were, of course, all given masks. But the 126 individuals illegally in the United States, obviously, some from Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Ecuador, placed under arrest along with the driver of the truck, who was a U.S. citizen. So pending further investigation by Homeland Security, they seized both the tractor and the trailer, and those 126 people, I will assume, will be headed back to their home countries. But with as many that get caught, I still have to wonder. It used to be for every individual they apprehended crossing into the country illegally, somewhere in the vicinity of 3 to 4 actually got through. I think the numbers are better today than they used to be, but that's still an issue in this country. Will we see anything changing under a new administration? I'd say not a chance in hell. Nothing going to change. And then before we get back to the calls, one more under the industry headlines. I think we touched a little bit on this last evening. Our friends from OOIDA are watching closely, and that is North Dakota, where pursuit is underway for a rule that would allow trucks longer than doubles or triples. It's the road trains, as they refer to them. Committees in the North Dakota House and Senate heard testimony last week that supports road trains throughout the state. Right now, there's no state that allows more than 3 trailers to be pulled by a single trailer. The House Transportation Committee there voted 10-4 to advance a measure that encourages Congress to increase the federal truck size and weight standards to benefit the road train pilot program. That's a non-binding effort that covers state highways and interstates, part of the national network in North Dakota and surrounding states. The concurrent resolution would define a road train as a trucking vehicle consisting of 2 or more connected trailers or semi-trailers linked, hauled by a single operating prime mover or tractor, which may exceed the overall length and total gross vehicle weight limitations, but not exceed the current axle load limitations. So a lot of discussion there. Testimony hearing that the driver shortage, here we are back with the driver shortage, which according to OOIDA, for many, many years, they've said there is no driver shortage. There's a shortage of companies willing to pay drivers what they're actually worth. And they said, well, they're estimated, we're 900,000 drivers short. So that's why the State House, the State Trucking Association supports road trains. With the consistent demand of moving freight by truck and the shortage of drivers, we have to look at alternative ways to move freight. That's where Louis Pugh, who is Executive Vice President with OOIDA, recently communicated with lawmakers there that the claim of that shortage it could not be further from the truth. To the contrary, trucking has always suffered from overcapacity. Too many trucks, too many trailers, too many drivers, wages, working conditions, and driver turnover are all proof of that. So where it goes from here, it sounds like at this point in time, it looks to be proceeding, moving forward. We'll get back to our calls here. Our number, 844-844-3388. And we were thinking, well, we haven't given anything away this morning, have we? So how about we give away some hot shot? And if you've got a diesel truck or if you've got an automobile, there's product available to cover either. We can hook you up with some Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme, Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, maybe. You're trying to go through some ideas. This is a whole new concept. This is a whole new thing, if you want to call it that. I had kind of come up with my own, I guess you'd say, format, the way I do the show over the years, and pretty consistently followed that. But if you've got ideas, any suggestions, things you'd like to maybe have added to the show, things that you might be able to contribute, feel free to dial us up, give us your ideas. We're open to pretty much anything. Kyle says, you know what? Hot Shot Secret is open to any and all suggestions. So it's your opportunity. What direction would you like to see it go? Love to hear from you. So let me get back to it here. And Moose has been hanging in there. Hello, Big Moose.
Hey, bud, didn't mean to ring you twice tonight, but I got to thinking, when you guys going to get some hats and some T-shirts and stuff, some promo stuff for your show?
That is going to be coming in very short order. Someone mentioned that last evening, and Chris Gabrelchik was listening, and he immediately sent a message to Kyle and said, we've got to get stuff ordered ASAP. So
I just emailed Big Moose.
Well, I'm all down for putting the stickers on the truck. I got couple trucks, couple trailers, and we'll deck them out like billboards if you want to.
All right, that'd be cool. Nothing like rolling billboards.
Well, hey, I tell you what, I hang on to all my old memorabilia. I still got my original 1985 butt saver. You remember them?
Oh man, yes.
That was the round pillow that looked like a lifesaver. They call it the butt saver.
I remember that. I mean, they weren't very comfortable, were they?
They're not. And that's the reason the one I got's been on the shelf since Reagan was president. But, I held on to it, though. As a matter of fact, I conned your old man out of that thing over in Indianapolis, as a matter of fact.
That's funny. Yeah, the butt saver cushion. They advertised for years. I don't know what the damn things cost, but there wasn't much to them.
I think at the time they were like $6 or $8, but they was about 50 cents worth of material
there
for
you
$6
go.
or $8.
Yeah.
But yeah, just throwing that out there, kind of get curious. Oh, another thing too, I was sitting here listening to these guys talk about the oncoming administration and all that stuff, and all these masks and viruses and vaccines and stuff. And I'm thinking, you know what? I miss the good old days when a Democrat wanted you dead, he'd get you drunk, strap you in an Oldsmobile, and drive you off a bridge.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. You're right.
Maybe we can get back to it.
Hey, so when you got your butt saver cushion, when you got your butt saver cushion, did you order up some heater meals? Remember those, the heater meals?
Oh yeah, it had the heater meal. I tell you a story about them. I had an old Emeryville International, and that thing had a weather seal leaking on. You know them heater meals, you add water to them to make them percolate or whatever.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I had a whole case of them things back there in a single bunk, and that old seal started leaking. And I got to thinking, man, I'm smelling something. What in the hell is that smell?
Oh, no.
Got back there, and that thing had leaked into that cardboard box, and them things was hot enough to light a cigar off of, man. And so, needless to say, they went in the first dumpster, and I never got the first bite of any of them.
Wow. Yeah, my dad loved those things. It was crazy. Of course, being a sponsor, they sent him like cases and cases of them. Yeah, he had them all stacked up out in the garage, and yeah, he loved them. They were just.
Well, you got to remember, everything was better when it was free. It tastes better when it's free.
I guess all they were glorified MREs. It was in an MRE like they served to the troops wherever they're at. From what I've heard from the troops, that MREs aren't worth a crap.
Oh, and I tell you what, you get to eating too many of them things, buddy, and it'll interrupt your constitution. You can crap through the screen door and never hit a wire, I promise you.
That's great. All right, Big Moose. Hey, thanks for calling back. Yeah, you just hang in there. I'm sure they'll probably be getting when they get the stuff available, they'll put up a page, and we'll obviously give some stuff away, but they'll probably put up a page where you go, hey, you want to buy a hat, $9.99 or something. I don't know. We'll see. But, all right, very good. We'll have our own apparel page. How's that sound? Let me see here, about 14 past the hour. And let's jump over to Gary. Good morning.
How in the hell are you? And welcome back.
Was that you that wrote that piece, or was that Grump?
No, I'll give Grump credit for that one there. So
okay, because his real name is Gary, and I can't remember your last. I can't remember your last name.
Yeah, mine's Neiman.
Oh, okay, all right. So it was Grump.
Stampy.
I got it right.
Yep.
Thank goodness. Okay.
You're cool. So, how's it feel to be back?
It feels good.
Good. That's great to hear you back out here. So, there's a long little stretch there. So, it seemed long, let's put it that way.
Well, yeah, 2 months is a pretty long time, but what have I missed while I've been gone? What's been happening? Anything big going on with the union or anything?
Well, we're in the process of getting ready for, the next election coming up. So there's a lot of, local union delegate elections going on. There will not be a convention next year. We'll be doing it by virtual. They canceled it because of the COVID and everything. So there'll be no no big hula out there. So we'll be doing it off the internet and off the TV.
I'm trying to remember.
Right now, the Oz slate.
Trying to remember.
Go ahead.
Is Hoffa going to be in it, or is he done? Is this his last term?
He's done. He's retiring.
Okay.
He's done. So right now, your top two candidates there is Sean O'Brien and Fred Zuckerman.
Going at it
and
again.
On the other side is Steve. Yeah, sure is. And on the other side is Steve Verma. And I know I'm going to butcher this name, so I should just shut up there. But Guerrera, I think it is.
Okay.
So, out of California. So that's about the hot thing there. And then anything else hot going on there? They're getting first round of the mergers going on where they consolidated the terminals, and then they dovetail the guys into one company now too. So that's all firing up right now too. So but other than that, freight is holding big. Everybody's busy. No layoffs, so that I know of. Anyway, not out our way. So pretty much business as usual. We had a little bit of a run of COVID through our place out there in Omaha.
Yep.
And some of the guys that hit. Some of the guys got hit real hard, pneumonia and everything. So it's funny how the damn thing works. You know what I mean? So me and the grandkids, or wife and that, we're just staying hid. So, and but otherwise, all is good. Had great holidays. So
that's good. So you were able to you got by without coming down with the COVID.
Knock on wood so far.
That's good.
Knock on wood. So knock on wood. So with my big butt and underlying conditions, I had that heart surgery 20 years ago, and that I don't want to be around it. I don't want to catch it. So, but so I was listening to you there talking about OIDA, and got to give her credit's credit due. They're right on the money. And that road train deal in North Dakota, not throwing a whole lot of guys under the bus, Steve, but you remember when before you'd hear it, wreck after wreck after wreck after wreck. We don't need any more drivers out there. We need good, smart, common sense drivers out here. Okay, we got a ton of steering wheel holders out there, and we don't need 18-year-olds out here. We don't need any longer vehicles out here because you can't keep the ones they drive now on the road. Besides that, the roads won't sustain it.
I mean, for many of the drivers,
you know what I mean?
Many of those drivers have a hard time maintaining a 53-foot trailer, a 52-foot trailer, and how they're going to handle a 200-foot trailer.
Exactly. Across the turnpikes, you've seen them out there, Ohio, Indiana, turnpikes around the country there where they run triple trailers, fairly successful. Across Indiana, Ohio, out there, they run the 248s.
Yeah.
We run them out there, what they call LCVs. Out west out there, you've got triples and the Rocky Mountain doubles, which is a long one and a short one. And at Utah, tons of triples run out there. But that's getting long enough. That's enough. So, but as far as the driver shortage, absolutely not. It's pay, plain and simple. Pay, benefits, home time. These guys want to slam you in the seat there and keep you out 6 weeks and forget where home is, Well, you're not going to keep anybody like that. Let's face it. So it's just not going to happen. But when they're sitting at home there and you're out here in the seat, they give two poops about you, if you know what I mean.
Exactly.
So
isn't that what we've been saying for years?
But now I'm glad Steve's to go ahead.
Yeah, that's what we've been saying for years, isn't it?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Forgive me.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm. You betcha. Yep. Yeah, I agree with OIDA 100%. I do. I mean, it's just crazy. It's just insane. I'm not real fond. I don't want to sound like a racist or nothing, but we got as you know, we've got a batch of foreign drivers over here, and they don't help the situation either.
Yeah. And those numbers are growing every day, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. It's scary. And I mean scary. Of course, I'm getting old, I'm getting at the end of the deal there. So, but the future of trucking, I just, I don't know. You know, I can see, I'm not for it, but I can see when they talk about the autonomous, you know, and the piloting, you know, the platooning and that. But then then I sit there and think, well, you're going to platoon 2 trucks out across here. Well, who's going to be the goof in the front? Who's going to be monitoring it? You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So, you know, technology, you know, I mean, we've talked about it before. Technology is great, but technology is only as good as the guy programming and operating it. Let's face it. So, but family doing well?
Doing well, yes, sir.
Good. Good.
Just like you had had good holidays and all that, had a chance to get together. I mean, yeah, we tried to limit the number of people we got together with and all that, but yeah.
Yeah, we did too. It just me, the wife, the daughter, and the grandkids, and I got a great granddaughter now, so I don't think you knew that. So got a great granddaughter, snuck one in there on us. She's about 18 months old now. Boy, she's a kick, let me tell you.
Oh
wow.
boy.
So. But no, all in all, things are good. I'm, you know, glad Steve and the boys there at Hot Shot Secret, their LSI stepped up there. I listened to your first hour last night, then I had to cave in. I was going to smoke you a note there, but I had to cave in. I had a bunch of stuff to do today, so I thought, well, I'll see if I can get you tonight.
There you go.
So,
yep.
So, but I really wonderful to hear you back out here, though. It's
Thank you so
fantastic.
much. Hope you get to be with us. Don't be a stranger, Gary. You're one of those, you know, once a year kind of guys.
No, I never used to be, but it's just the way the run works now. You know
okay. What I mean? Yeah.
Unfortunately, but it'll be different now. So, but you hang in there, and oh yeah, they probably already told you, but just to remind you, don't be picking your nose and don't be scratching yourself because we can see you now.
You're right. Yes, sir. Thanks for reminding me, Gary. That's just what I needed to hear. Don't be picking your nose, right?
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go. Well, let's see if I think Marlon's on the line here, and that'd be our next caller. Is that correct? Is it Marlon?
That's it.
What's happening,
Hey,
Marlon?
I just wanted to. I've just hitting on the road a little bit here. I just wanted to welcome you back, and it's so good to hear you, man. I'm not a truck driver, but I spend about an hour every morning driving to work down the interstate, and really, I've been a long-time listener, and I always enjoyed all your little insights and weather reports and tidbits and all the things you always have prepared for your show. I was kind of messed me up when you was off the air there, and but I'm just tickled to death that I can listen to you now on YouTube. It's clear as a bell. I used to have a lot of interference on the radio, but I can listen to, there was Mexican music in the background and static, but I still listen faithfully.
Wow.
It's great to hear you back on the air. I listen a little. I want to listen about an hour every morning. But did Knuckle Buster ever call in last night?
Not last night, but he did call in. I think first or second hour tonight. He did.
Oh, that's great. I always enjoy listening to him too. And I like hearing all the voices and all the comments. I probably got more information on your show driving an hour than I did any other news program I listen to all day. So,
That's good to hear.
but it's great to hear you, and there's a lot of people out here listening to you. Got one more question. Mr. Motorcoat, is he coming aboard?
That won't be able to happen. Hot Shots is a lubrication company, and that's what we're going to hear as far as lubrication.
So is he?
Yep, I tried to explain that last evening, and yep. So,
I got you.
Yep. Well, Marlon, thanks so much for listening in. Thanks for checking in, and I think you're a first-time caller, although you've been listening for years. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll be listening.
Good
Thanks,
deal.
Steve.
You got it. There you go, Marlon. What do you say? Next on the list, I know who that one is, even though it's just damn. not Dawn. It would be Dan, not Dawn.
What's going on, big buddy? Welcome back.
Not a whole lot. How the heck are you?
Oh, if I was any better, I'd be twins, and that'd be scary.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I got to tell you something about Hot Shot Secret. Back in August 12th, I shut this thing off, and the motor locked up. I had to do an in-frame overhaul on it. The guy that tore the motor apart asked me if I changed oil every 8 to 10,000 miles. He said he'd never seen a motor so clean. He said the pistons and everything looked like brand new. And just so happened, I'd run Hot Shot Secret in it, the last oil change. And it takes every bit of that tarnish and everything off the crank, the cam, everything was perfectly clean from that Hot Shot Secret. The motor didn't blow up, the daggone head cracked, and it hydrolocked. The water, the pressure filled the cylinders full of water. So while I had it down, I went ahead and rebuilt it. But it had 936,000 miles on it. I use Hot Shot Secret every fourth oil change. Every 120,000 miles, I put a gallon of that exciction in the oil to clean the engine.
The Stiction Eliminator.
I got 984,000 miles on the original injectors in this truck and the original turbo.
Wow.
I swear by this stuff. And another guy got me turned on to it. I was at a truck stop and was talking for breakfast, and he asked me how things was going. I told him not too good. I thought I had injectors going out of my truck because it was idling real rough and losing power. And he's the one that told me about Hot Shot Secret, told me to go to TSC store and pick it up. It told me what to do with it. And I'm not kidding you. I could not believe the first time I ever used it. The truck vibrated so bad when you're sitting there trying to sleep, you couldn't sleep. I let it run 15 hours before I left on my trip. When I got to where I was going to take my break, the truck was running perfect. And I don't know if you remember the last time I was down at the Cincinnati talking to you, I told you this was the only product in 33 years out here that actually does what it says it'll do. I'm serious. I've always swore by this stuff ever since I've used the Hot Shot Secret.
Yep.
It's the only product I've ever bought out here on the road that actually does what it says it'll do. So I just thank Chris for sponsoring you and getting you back on the air. I can't wait till you get back on the regular radio. All I can tell you, though, buddy, is going down the road, you're always face down.
Well, that's understandable. That's just fine. That's fine. As long as you're listening, Dan.
I could not told you. Yeah, last night I couldn't have told you what your studio looked like. As soon as you come on, I just put the phone straight down, and I got it hooked to my headset, and I just listened to you on the headset.
You didn't even take a peek?
So I didn't even take a peek.
Wow.
I know what you look like. Good God. You think I'm going to sit there and look at you all night?
No, I guess not. All right. Well, you want us to, I know you use it, so you want us to hook you up with some Stiction Eliminator. Or, do you do the Diesel Extreme thing? Have you tried that?
I use it all. Matter of fact, my soon-to-be son-in-law actually got engaged Christmas. And my soon-to-be son-in-law is a dealer for Hot Shot Secret.
Is that right?
He's running the shop out there where Daniel was at, yeah. So, yeah, matter of fact, I'm going to start using all their oil and do my own oil changes, and I'm using their synthetic oil stuff in it.
Okay.
So, yeah, but I'll take a bottle. That just saves me some more money.
I got you. I got a Post-it note. I'm doing it the right way tonight. So...
Oh.
All right, that's good to hear. I had another question, but I had a brain fart, so whatever that was must not have been important.
Yeah. Matter of fact, Brian turned me onto the gas, and I put a thing of the gas in the wife's car last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
The gas treatment.
Gotcha.
So, because I ain't never put anything in her car, so. But no, it's so good to hear you back. Now I can finally get my loads
makes it a lot easier picking my loads now with you back on the air.
I'm glad to hear
Because you
that.
keep me informed on what the weather's going to be, so I know where to pick the loads to go.
All right. Well, everybody.
Hey, did I ever tell you about me getting struck by lightning?
I don't think you did.
Well, it's about 15 years ago, I picked a load up down in Tennessee going to Minnesota. I just got on 275 around Cincinnati, and Mr. Steve Sommers come on. He said, anybody going west on 74 to be very careful because there's a real bad electrical storm around Shelbyville, Indiana.
Yeah, right.
And I was looking around, looked up, and you could still see the stars in Cincinnati. I said, I don't know what that boy's been drinking, but he's way off. I got about 15 miles from Shelbyville, and I mean, it looked like fireworks off in the distance. I got about 5 miles from Shelbyville, and I was in the worst lightning storm I was ever in my life. All at once, it looked like somebody took a camera and flashed it in my eyes. Had the wind about an inch down, about blew my ears off from the thunder. Well, I backed in the truck stop there at Shelbyville, turned the truck off. I had to go to the bathroom, so I hit the dome light, nothing happened. Hit another dome light, nothing happened. I was like, oh, don't tell me. Next morning, I woke up, checked the battery box. My batteries looked like footballs. Every wire on my truck was burnt off. Lightning had struck my truck. And it still ran until I shut it off. So I ain't never judged you on your weather since. I listened to everything you say.
Okay. And that's a true story with your hand up.
Yeah, it is. It's a true story. I really did. It went in right below my feet behind the tire. The lightning must have followed the water up off the wheel. There's a little bar that held the back quarter panel on the plastic for the water. It went in it and came out the second strap on my fuel tank, burned about a softball-sized hole through the plastic and stuff on the fuel tank.
Well, that's pretty fascinating, Dan.
$18,000 damage to my truck.
Can't believe you hadn't told me that story before.
Yeah. So I never even felt it. I just thought, man, good God, that was awful close. Never had the idea that it hit me.
Wow. All right. Well, we'll get you some goodies out there.
I'll never forget that.
Well, since we got your phone number, we'll get in contact. We'll have to get your physical address, so we'll have something sent your way. All right.
I appreciate it, buddy. Take care. Tell the family we said hello.
You got it. Will do. Be safe, and same to you. You know, tell the better half. I guess. Yeah, is your daughter still living at the house, or is she old enough to be out of there?
Oh no, her and Brian live up in by Urbana.
Okay.
So, like I said, they're getting married maybe in October. I think is what they're planning on.
The years go by awful fast, Dan.
Yeah. Oh, you ain't kidding. Yep, real fast. Well, enjoy them grandbabies, and maybe I'll call you some other time.
Thank you much. Be safe out there. Good to hear from you. I didn't realize he was an adamant user of the Hot Shot Secret. I'm glad to hear that. We need more folks like you, Dan. All right, it's 844-844-3388. We got a quick 3-minute timeout, and we'll return.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. Hey, Jim, I know you're up there listening this morning, and Kyle just let me hear that little bit you sent him a few minutes ago. That's awesome. Oh, yeah, the guys will love that. Okay, what are we looking at? I guess this guy's ears may have been burning, because who wasn't talking about him a little bit ago? Let me get to the blind man, if that is the correct caller. Blind man, how we doing?
Hey, Steve, welcome back.
Well, thank you so much.
Chevy guy called me yesterday and gave me your number, and it's going to be fun talking to you. I don't have a computer, so only way I can hear you is through my phone.
Okay, yeah, because I said the reason your ears would have been burning. Someone called earlier and said, blind man doesn't have a computer, and I said, well, does he have a smartphone? And you don't even have a smartphone?
No, I don't have a cell phone either.
Wow, okay.
So anyway, a local station here was asking people if they got banned from the internet. So I called in and I said, well, I sit on the front porch and I got my radio on tuned to this station, and a couple of neighbors walked by and they said, because you listen to conservative talk radio, we're not speaking to you anymore.
No,
I said, fine. Nice? You just reminded me of my former wife who divorced me because I wouldn't stop listening to Rush Limbaugh. So, to be honest with you, I'm really terrified about what's going to be happening down the road with O'Biden. And I call her Giggles because when she's asked a hard question, she starts cackling.
Yeah.
But I'm so glad to hear you again. And if I have something to say, I know where I can call you. And you wouldn't believe the station that you were on. They're carrying Red Eye Radio now, and Dave used to call them Dumb and Dumber. So anyway, I just wanted to say hi and hope you're doing okay.
Yeah, doing well. Did you have a good Christmas, New Year? We haven't had a chance to talk since early November.
Yeah, my fiance came over, spent some time with me, cooked me a turkey dinner for Thanksgiving and roast beef for Christmas. And our 15th anniversary when I met her, is coming up, and she's going to spend some more time with me. And hopefully she'll move in later in the year, and we'll get married. Because of the China virus, everything's been really screwed up.
Oh, yeah.
People are wondering what to do. Close down, lock down Larry. That's the Governor Hogan of Maryland. Is demanding that everybody wear a mask, even outdoors. And a third neighbor won't talk to me because she saw me not wearing a mask when I was walking. And I told her, I said, look, I'm on the other side of the street, at least maybe 20 feet away from you. So what's the big deal? And she said, well, you have to wear a mask even outside. And because you're not wearing a mask, I'm never going to speak to you again. And I said, fine, don't speak to me.
Sounds like you got some nice neighbors there. I mean, where do you live again? You're in Maryland?
In Silver Spring, Maryland.
Yeah, sounds like
just across the D.C. line.
Well, maybe that explains it. Some pretty rude people over there. Wow.
Yeah, I'm outnumbered.
Well, you know what?
I do know.
Thinking back to, I remember watching the numbers on election night, and where in many places around the country it was a very close race. Whether it was going to be for Joe Biden or Donald Trump. But in the D.C. area, it was like 76% or something for Biden. I mean, you are in a liberal bastion of the United States, blind man.
Don't tell me about it. But at least I got 2 or 3 neighbors that I can talk to, with conservative views. I know where they live. And I met another neighbor, and I said, oh, you can talk to so-and-so and so-and-so. And I told them where they live. And I said, but don't talk to so-and-so because she'll bite your ear off. Mm-hmm. Oh, and speaking of, another neighbor told me that this woman, she's 80 years old, lives about a couple of blocks north of me. Her house was totally destroyed because she had a Trump sign in the yard and flying the American flag and a Trump flag, and a gang of people came and broke her windows and ruined the siding and everything. I don't know what happened afterwards, but I mean, these people who don't like your viewpoint, they're coming after you now, and that's what's really scary to me.
Sad situation there. Well, blind man, I'm glad you're with us. Well, at least when you dial us up, you get to hear us for a little bit there. Don't be a stranger. I know he won't. Somebody's got to hook blind man up with a smartphone so we can listen to the show like he used to. What are we looking at here? Speaking of the divisiveness, the division in this country. Again, it looks like today. Articles of impeachment again. How many times have articles of impeachment been brought up against Donald Trump? And now we're a week and a day away from the end of his term. I guess they're asking people. New polling results from the battleground states show that voters want Congress focus on really what needs to be focused on. Focus on solving the COVID-19 pandemic. Drop all this nutty stuff about impeaching Donald Trump. According to the campaign senior advisor, let me see, he said he had just seen poll numbers from swing states like North Carolina, Ohio, Iowa. We wanted to get a sense of where the American people was, not just where Nancy Pelosi and the mainstream media are, because we know where they are. And we know where the big tech companies are and what they're doing. Some really surprising numbers here. Actually, not too surprising for us, but for those in the super woke mob, it might be a little surprising. 77% of voters in battleground states wish Congress would just focus on coronavirus rather than chasing impeachment and all this nonsense. 74% say impeachment is very, very clearly politically motivated. There's only one reason for it. So Donald Trump cannot return or run again 4 years from now. Polling also asked voters about the big tech companies like Twitter and Facebook and the moves they're making to limit conservative thoughts and opinions. Both of them platforms have banned Trump since the certification of the Electoral College voting and the riot last Wednesday. 74% of voters say if they'll go and do this to the President of the United States, they're not going to stop there. They might do it to me. They might do it to you. 70% of the people out there say that these companies have become so big, so large, that yes, Congress needs to take some action. Might need to break them up, whether it be maybe looking at some the antitrust type things. So very interesting, the numbers. He said, I was very relieved to see the American people actually understand it. They get it. They see right through the charade that the Democrats, the big tech companies, the big media, what they're doing right now, they're just trying to cancel every person that voted for Donald Trump. So it's good to know that most of the people get it. All right, let me get back up here. Who's next up? I think we got the Ghost Rider on the line. Let me do a quick click there and see if we can get him to pop up. Sometimes I have to double click this. There he is. Hey, good morning, Ghost Rider.
Hey, Steve. Glad to have you back. Been several weeks of just trying to find something to listen to out here without you out on the airwaves. I always look forward to hearing your news. You know, something I can actually believe and, you know, drive you crazy if you try to listen to the media, even Fox News nowadays.
That's kind of interesting because you remember on election night when Fox News made a lot of people mad, and many of them were tuning over to Newsmax. Newsmax on television now. You know, we were talking in recent days. I wish Newsmax had a radio or just an audio broadcast that we could pick up. I know the boss man, Chris, is really fond of Newsmax, but I saw this past day that Newsmax TV has actually caused a pretty big shakeup at Fox News because they announced yesterday that their early evening show host, Martha McCollum, has actually been demoted back to the early afternoon, and they made some other changes in their lineup because Newsmax has seen strong numbers during the day and especially during their 7 p.m. time slot, and they're actually causing, quote, panic at Fox because they rarely make any kind of lineup changes. So Newsmax put out a statement yesterday with a wink that said, the Fox is on the run. McCollum, she hosted what they called The Story, and she had been the #1 cable news show in that time slot for a long time, but now Greg Keller Reports for Newsmax TV has run the ratings a big surge in recent months, so actually surpassing Fox News.
Yeah, and I have the Newsmax app on my phone, and whenever you click on it, it starts broadcasting whatever they're airing on television. They are the only news channel that I'll turn on television. So, like I say, it's always enjoyed, hearing your perspective, and you don't always just play to the major audience. If it's one way, you tell it like it is. I appreciate that. And that's as far as politics, that's all I've got. But as far as having you back, we're really glad to have you back. I've done my part to try to promote you on Facebook and let people know that you are back out here. Unfortunately, a lot of your terrestrial listeners may not be on Facebook and just don't know yet. So hopefully the word will spread.
Yeah, the way that happens is people like you that share it and tell their friends to share it, and things can pretty exponentially get shared. Everybody share. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I set up a Facebook group using the show name fan page.
Oh,
and,
did you?
We got a little over 300 members on there right now, and getting a little bit of interaction going back and forth. Hopefully, we'll keep subjects from the show going on there, and people can keep inviting their friends and realize that you are out there.
Yeah, you better watch out now. If you get
I was glad to see.
If you get that request from Alfred Hayden III, don't let him in. You'll regret it.
He is not the only one that won't be getting on there. Trust me. I was a member on the other group as well, and I know which ones to keep out. We're not going to have any riffraff in there.
Yeah, that's good. It's tough to do, but yeah, they get through. Sometimes.
Yeah, well, we can kick them right on out.
That's correct, yeah.
Kick them right on out. But I was glad to see that Stephen and Lauren had such good success on, they're selling their home in such a timely manner and getting in their new one. Looked like they were really happy.
Yep. Yeah, things are going well. Things are doing well for them. Well, Ghost Rider, it's good to hear from you.
Good.
And don't be a stranger. Be in touch. Yeah, real quick, let's see, the fox is on the run. I had to kind of laugh at that. Yeah, I don't know what percentage of people are actually, jumping ship. Yeah, for so many years, Fox was considered to be the only, maybe somewhat conservative source, or if maybe not conservative, but at least fair and impartial source of news. Yeah, typically not showing the blatant biases that you had from all the other sources. Yes, Newsmax is really making a run as the more conservative of the outlets out there. Apparently, according last week, the Nielsen numbers for that 7 p.m. Slot showed that, in that crucial age demographic, 35 to 6-year-old viewers, that Newsmax Greg Kelly was pulling more than half of McCollum's The Story numbers on Fox. And that's kind of like only half the story. Fox News CEO announcing this past day a full shift in their daytime lineup. McCollum moves to the 3 p.m. slot and will be replaced by a new show that Fox, it'll be called Fox News Primetime. They have not announced who the host will be yet. That's going to debut like on January 18th. Other changes, Harris Faulkner will no longer host Outnumbered Overtime at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. She'll now host what is called the Faulkner Focus at 11 o'clock in the morning. And Chief White House correspondent John Roberts is moving to the studio as co-anchor of a new 2-hour program with Sandra Smith. So, yeah, big-time changes, full changes taking place there at Fox News. Let me jump over to what's happening this morning, Larry.
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Been listening since about 3:40, 3:45, but good show as always. Talking about politics, something that's gotten, in my mind's eye, lost in the fray of politics. 6 months ago, we were talking about a lot of civil unrest and the Black Lives Matter issues and everything else. I said back then, and I'm still saying, one of the grassroots problems within our society, the inner city schools do not have enough opportunity for vocational training. Now, what compounds that problem, and I'm not just strictly Republican, because I've got some Democratic friends that I love to death. Dusty Rhodes in Cincinnati, a great guy. Gwen McFarland, Springfield Township, super person. We've done a lot of things together. They're both very staunch Democrats. But what I see is that the Democratic Party, by and large, wants to push everybody to go to college. Everybody is not college material. And I think one of the things that we're missing is that vocational opportunity, especially within inner city schools. Now, I'm over here in the Louisville market, and the west side of Louisville is a pretty tough area. And if you think about the kids coming out of high school there, you know, they get a high school diploma, but really no skill, job skill. So what's their opportunity? Not to badmouth Walmart or McDonald's, but you go to Walmart, McDonald's, or you become a drug dealer. Now, which one pays more?
Mm-hmm.
And the benefits are bad on the drug side, but at the end of the day, that's where so many of them are attracted to. And then you have the Black Lives Matter folks saying less arrests. Well, how do you just say that without fixing the core problem? I have yet to hear a politician on either side of the aisle talk about a solution. All the rhetoric is focused on finger pointing. The Democrats pointing fingers at the Republicans and vice versa. I haven't heard one politician talk about a solution to what I call the core problem when it comes to our social unrest and equality. Now, yeah, we can switch over and talk about police brutality and all kinds of stuff like that, which, yeah, it does happen. You know, I was a longtime cop, and if you look at the probably 1% of the folks in law enforcement who need to be removed, that becomes a problem because it's hard to remove them. Well, I don't think there's been enough effort to identify the problem and fix the problem on that side. But my primary focus, Steve, is that lack of vocational training in the inner city schools. In my opinion, ninth grader goes to high school, should be tested, is this person college material or not? In the 10th grade, if they're college material, help them focus and push them into that direction. If they're not college material, in the 10th grade, there should be a battery of testing to identify their possible skill set. What could they possibly do in the real world? Whether it's a truck driver, but blue-collar workers are getting harder and harder to find. You know, he's right. As far as driver shortage, what I heard earlier, you know, it's pay shortage. And if you're willing to pay, they're out there. The driving schools around me here in the Louisville market, Mr. P has a great driving school, and they're pushing out people all the time. There's another driving school right close to me. I'm very well connected with them. But you're not going to get those guys to go to that driving school and pay $5,000, $6,000 and then pay them $15 an hour. Mm-hmm. In Florida, the wages are terrible for truck drivers, because I was hiring qualified semi guys when I was down in Florida for $12.50 and $13 an hour 5 years ago. That's ridiculous. But getting back to my core thought, and this is the world according to Larry Stone, you know, it's just me. I think we should be focusing on a 3 to 5 year program to improve the opportunity for vocational training within the inner city high schools. What do you think, Steve?
That sounds like a great idea. I mean, well, that's for years and years and years, haven't we been hearing that those inner city schools, the kids that come out of them don't have the opportunity. Well, all too often, you know, well, they drop out in 9th or 10th grade. They don't even finish. Very good point, Larry. Thank you so much for checking in here. That'll wrap things up here on a Tuesday morning. Have a great day. We'll see you back tonight at the midnight hour. Obviously, live once again. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in.